You know how I feel about Wonton. If I saw him in the street, I wouldn't even stop to slap his ass. But believe me,
now it's clear Mrs. Stafford is a very inexperienced businesswoman.
That's what makes it so rewarding.
Tad, when you brush your teeth, do you ever scrub right through to your brain?
Bart?
Springfield Cozy Court Motel, room 26. How about it? Flash.
Wow, Flash Baylor came on to my wife.
You're receiving, ma'am? Loud and clear.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Get ourselves some snacks.
And we're done. Hi, how's it going? Sorry, took a little bit longer than usual because I was actually, I was writing social stuff. But hi, my name is Scott. This is a stream about fixing things. It is more specifically, it is about fixing ScummVM, which is an engine for playing old games on new systems. And if you want to really nitpick, it is about fixing Macromedia Director. We all know it. Also, this should be on the other screen. Yoink! Alright, we finished, so end of last week, we pretty much finished up on cracking the conspiracy. There were a couple of tiny little things that we probably could get better at that. But I figured that, you know what, why not go for another tentpole game? Why not go, why not go for something which is I want to say kind of like one of the more prominent multimedia productions made in director. Laurie Anderson's Puppet Motel. It's quite interesting in that, like, there were a couple of revisions made of this. There was one that was made originally just for Mac and I think that was Director 3. Then they made a re-release for Windows, which was like 1995, and I think Director 5. Both of them need a custom extension. From what I can tell, I think the custom extension is just for playing back audio, so we might actually just be able to cobble something together using adding another kind of audio mixer layer to ScummVM, which mercifully isn't too difficult. Well, you know, in concept it's not that difficult, but I don't quite know what to expect there. But I know that's the main limiting factor. Like, it's very audio driven, and they use a custom module for that. But you know what? I need to warm up before we get to like writing tons and tons of C++ code. I need something nice and easy. Don't worry about this. This is hang on. I better move this to another folder. Director 3. I think it's Director 3. Hey, whatever. I'll fix the punctuation later.
He knew I could do it. You know, he had many other things to worry about. So did Dean.
Dean has a lot of things to worry about. Okay. Yeah, so I figured we would try the other game that I had a game lined up for this, and then it just turned out to be like full of bugs, and I wasn't feeling it, and it got put on the back burner. So I figured, why not try something that's completely untested, but is probably very similar to another one that we've done on this stream. It is another game designed by Shelley Duvall, who gave us Digby the 1 pound dog. Except I believe this one is about her pet parrots. Bird Life? I just gotta find out where it is, sorry. Okay, no, it's in Bird NPC, okay. And okay, good. It's in the detection table, so. So, never booted it before now. We will see how much I regret that decision shortly when I turn this on, and it just, oh my god, it should be fine. How could this be any more different than Digby? We got Digby working. Digby was fine. Anyway, let's just stand by just in case it does crash. No, there we go. Got a title screen.
Hello, I'm Shelley Duvall.
Okay.
Who wishes they were a cat? No. Who wishes they were a frog? No. Who's glad they're a bird?
It's a bird's life and I wouldn't change a thing. Got my very own song just in case I wanna sing from morning till night. Baby, it's a bird's life. For me, it's a bird's life. Baby, it's a bird's life. For me. I'm up in the morning, start off with a song, and I get a little snack as the morning rolls along. Well, next I see some berries, I stop to try a bunch. I better hurry, it's almost time for lunch. I stretch my wings, yeah, I flap around a bit. Well, exercise is wise, yeah, but I do it for the fun of it. I never worry, not even just a little. A bird is supposed to be round around the middle. I'm glad I'm a bird. Are you glad you're a bird? Yeah! It's a bird's life and I wouldn't change a thing. Got my very own song just in case I wanna sing from morning till night. Baby, it's a bird's life. For me, it's a bird's life. Baby, it's a bird's life. For me, it's a bird's life. Baby, it's a bird's life. For me, it's a bird's life. Baby, it's a bird's life. For me, it's a bird's life.
Can I just say, the little animated wink at the very start was just... I was unprepared for that. Oh, here we go. So we get a little menu here. Okay, this is already kind of different compared to Digby. Digby just throw you in, but this gives you like an option screen. So if I like click one of these... Oh, here we go. So you get to like hear about each of the birds. Mowgli is a male blue and gold macaw. He is old, wise, generous, and brave. When he speaks, the others listen because they trust him. He's the leader of the flock.
Hello, my name is Mowgli. I am a male blue and gold macaw. I am old, wise, generous, and brave.
Also
when
modest.
I speak, the others listen because they trust me. I'm the leader of the flock, you know.
Okay, well, I was expecting it to be just like a bird call, but no, they've voiced all parrots.
Me is a baby male eclectus. Although me has already grown to my adult size and fellowing, me is still an infant. Me begs to be fed, even though me is perfectly capable of eating smaller seeds, fruits, and vegetables all by myself. The world is new to me and fascinating. The others watch after me because me can get into dangerous situations. Me can't fly very well or grasp a branch securely. And sometimes me mixes up words like biscotti or spaghetti.
Alright, there's quite a lot of backstory.
My name is Connie. I'm a sun conure, the smallest parrot of the group. I may be small, but I'm capable of almost anything. I'm frisky and playful, and I know a lot about my surroundings. I'm young for a parrot, 4 years old, but I'm kind of like a teenager. Sometimes my curiosity gets me into trouble, but I have lots of friends.
This is definitely the most Digby coded parrot so far. Oh, here we go.
I'm Scarlet. I'm a scarlet macaw. I'm quite large and I can be pretty loud. Some might say I'm moody, but I'm actually very loving and sweet. Yes, sweet. Especially to my sweetie, Mowgli. I won't be ignored, mind you, because I'll do anything to get your attention. Listen to me.
God, a lot of birds. Oh, alright. That's a
My name
interesting
is Pearly.
expression.
I'm a citron-crested cockatoo. I've been unjustly accused of being vain, but I'm simply concerned with hygiene and beauty. I love luxurious hotel life, where room service is only a squawk away. I'm an old-fashioned girl, except I always seem to be hungry. I enjoy sampling food from everyone else's bowl.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Ooh, hi, I'm George. I'm a scatterbrain cockatiel. I just can't seem to remember anything. Was it here? Was it there? I just don't know. You know, the other birds put up with me. I guess 'cause I'm so goofy. They say I'm fun to be around.
Oh, George. you just need to... I don't know, you just need some meds. It's fine. There's nothing... Also, stop with this. People don't just put up with you because you're goofy. It's because you're worthwhile.
Oh, hi. I'm Austin. I'm a young African gray. I'm a very quick learner, and I can imitate any voice. Those of humans, other birds, heck, just about any sound imaginable. You know, I spend a lot of time watching Scarlet and Mowgli together, and I hope to find a mate of my own someday. But right now I'm just a teenager, experiencing lots of new emotions. I'm bright, sometimes I'm a bit awkward. Oh! Hmm.
Did he just do a dump at the end? Did he just... I was gonna say little creepy, but I guess, you know, he's a child. He's a child and still kind of, and you know, kids, it's, you know, it's normal to just try and copy people you admire. That's just part of growing up. There we go.
Hi, I'm Dan. I like to make paintings and play music. I also like to play with and take care of the birds. I'm trying to teach them how to talk, but you know, sometimes I think they already know, and they're just hiding it from me. Oh well.
Hi, I'm Shelley. I'm an actress and producer of children's TV shows, movies, and interactive CDs. I was born in Texas, but I moved out here to Los Angeles. I live here with Dan and all of my parrots. Oh, that's right. And Digby, too.
Can't believe you almost forgot Digby, you monster! Alright. Let's go... Oh wait, no, Digby's got a page, except he didn't get a page turn marker. What's with that? Oh, okay, on this CD, Digby don't talk. Alright, let's say voices on. And play the story.
It had been another hot summer day in Los Angeles. It hadn't rained for many months, and the trees and plants were dry. But in Dan and Shelley's house, no one seemed to mind. Everyone liked the sun, especially the birds.
Okay. We can turn the lights on and off. On and off. Wow. Okay. There seems to be a dearth of things to pick up, at least on this page.
Shelley and Dan enjoyed being with the birds. Digby had other ideas, though. He was always trying to chase them or pull at their beautiful tail feathers, even though he knew Dan and Shelley didn't allow it.
Wow, Digby, you prick.
Beautiful, nice or pleasant to look at. Idea. A plan of action that is thought up or imagined in the mind. If you and your friends are bored and have nothing to do, one of you might say, I have an idea. Let's play a game of tag. Digby. Digby is a miniature Yorkie, a Yorkshire Terrier. He weighs only 1.5 pounds. And he sounds like this. Ew.
Digby is famously a 1 pound dog. Where did this half a pound come from? Did he catch one of the birds? Is that why he weighs another half a pound? Okay. Oh, okay. Get a colouring game. Okay, so... Does it, Oh, I see. Okay. So if I just pick various colors, can I pick the inner? No, I can't, I guess. Okay. How about green hat, cyan shoes, Purple socks. Okay, and then you can turn the that's fun. That's fun. No way to print it, by the looks of things, but yeah.
Shelley and Dan enjoyed being...
Okay. Oh, okay, these are like painted into the background scene, so of course they don't really animate. Oh, okay. Looks like... Free birdseed! Oh, I can't pick it up.
Digby, no. It's not nice to tease the birds. Digby, no. It's not nice to tease the birds.
Yeah, Digby. The other thing is, like, Digby... Let's listen to this clip of Digby again.
Digby. Digby is a miniature Yorkie, a Yorkshire Terrier. He weighs only 1.5 pounds. And he sounds like this. Ew.
One of Digby's distinguishing traits is that his bark is very, very gentle. You compare that to...
Digby, no. It's not nice to tease the birds.
Well, it's quite out of character for Digby, I would say. And Dan, you can't click on.
This afternoon, Dan and Shelley were teaching the birds to talk, but they wouldn't. The birds liked teasing them and made up silly sentences instead. Afternoon, the middle part of the day between lunch and dinner. Sentence, a group of words that convey a complete thought. For instance, you ate my apple is a sentence, whereas my apple is not a sentence.
My apple is not a sentence. I mean... If I ask someone, hey, what is that, what is that on the table over there? And they reply, my apple, full stop. That sounds like a full sentence to me. But then again, I almost failed English, so what do I know? Okay, very similar hotspots to the previous
Hi, Pearly.
screen.
Want a fig? Bye, girly. How about a pig? Pearly, say, who is home?
Choose foam.
Humpty, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to Pearly. Pearly's a pretty bird.
Glibbity glurb.
Humpty?
Connie, say, pleased to meet you.
Pleased to beat you.
No, come on, Connie, try again to say, pleased to meet you.
Sneeze goes achoo.
Oh, maybe it's time to go play with Digby.
Wow, what a put down. It's like, yeah, I guess, maybe Digby's worth my attention now. But, I mean... I think you're setting your standards too high, personally. They're showing, like, they at least understand, like, wordplay and puns, which is... I think probably, like... a more noteworthy skill than mere repetition of words.
The birds were all a little ruffled after Digby's antics. They were glad when Dan and Shelley took him away. They laughed at Dan and Shelley's speech lessons. Humpty suggested they have some fun.
Wow, I guess they finally took Digby away to pay for his crimes.
Little. Something that is small, or a small amount. For instance, a mouse is little, whereas an elephant is not. Little is the opposite of big.
Little is indeed the opposite of big.
Antics. Crazy or silly activities. Clowns at the circus are known for their antics. Glad, happy, cheerful, and joyful, the opposite of sad. Lessons, a time of instruction or teaching. Many people take piano lessons to learn how to play piano.
Alright, tell me what fun is, Shelley.
Fun, something that you have a good time doing. Playing in the park with friends is fun, but cleaning the bathroom is not.
It's a little prescriptive there. I mean, I guess at the time Shelley Duvall wouldn't know about the future invention of Power Wash Simulator, which I think refutes this point pretty strongly.
Let's sing, everybody! Big dog! Instruments ready! Ready! Go, go, go! Go, go, go! How does a big dog go? How does a little dog go? How does a kitty go? Meow! Meow! How does a big dog go? How does a little dog go? How does a kitty go? Meow! Excellent. Meow! One thing I have noticed here, all the world around. Oh, you traveled a lot. Every kind of creature here, and they all have a special sound. Yeah, a goofy sound. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. How does a big dog go? How does a little dog go?
They make fun of the lessons, but I'm gonna say they're sounding pretty similar to one of Dan's songs.
Digby, are you in here? Huh, I thought I heard a dog barking.
Oh. They're just blowing off a bit of steam, and then as soon as old man Dan comes in, it's like, oh, better shut up. I'm not gonna click the other birds, I assume.
Pearlie sat on her perch by the window. She was busy watching the sparrows at the feeder outside. They were all having fun eating the seed Dan and Shelley put out for them. Pearlie, however, still preferred being a pet parrot. She had food, too, in her very own bowl.
Oh, let's see Pearlie be condescending to these peasants over here. Oh, Pearlie doesn't have anything to say. That's odd. Really? No hotspot? No. Pearlie is not clickable.
One afternoon, Connie and Austin sat talking on their perches. It was another dry, hot day. The others were taking a nap. Suddenly, Connie and Austin noticed smoke outside. The sparrows at the feeder flew away. Austin screeched to wake up the other birds.
Uh-oh. What did you do, Digby? What did you do? Seriously though, it would be very good if it was like, I don't know, Digby trying to drive a car or something because he's so small he can't reach the pedals.
Day. The time when it is bright outside, from sunrise to sunset. Generally, it is bright in the daytime, except at the North Pole in the wintertime.
This is true.
Other. Not this one, but a different one, of the same type. For instance, if you lost one shoe, you might say, I only have one shoe. I can't find the other one.
We're learning all about words.
A short sleep, usually during the day. Most toddlers have a nap in the afternoon. smoke, gas and particles emitted from a burning object. A campfire makes smoke.
Burning object.
Mowgli! Scarlet! Everybody wake up!
Yikes! Let's get out of here!
Except you're stuck inside their house. How are you gonna do that? Oh, here we go.
Within minutes, all the birds were awake and could see the fire. They jumped and squawked in their cages. Then Dan and Shelley came running in with Digby. Dan waved his arms and shooed them outside as fast as he could. Everyone ran and flew for their lives.
I want to say, like, if you can see the fire, don't be running around your house, for the love of God. Find, you know, ideally don't be in the house when the fire comes, because, like, the extreme heat of the fire can kill you before the flames reach you. But also, if you are gonna, like, stay in your house, you probably want to, like, bunker down in a room which has a bunch of, you know, like, a bath or something with a bunch of water in it. You do not run around your house when the fire is about to hit you. Oh, here we go. I appreciate not having to click on each one. Interesting, okay. This puzzle makes you wait for the sound effect to play. The other one did not. So what it's doing is checking. So it's checking for the sprite that's being rolled over. Oh no, it's checking to see if it's waiting until I roll over sprite 11, which I'm guessing is going to be this one. And then it's interesting. It's always sprite 11. They're also taking some pretty extreme creative license with those straight lines. Hey, Mad Moose. Yeah, I know, right? Like, we went from here to here, and we're meant to get, like, a nice parrot head-shaped curve. I question. Yeah, like... My theory is that maybe they tried doing it with the straight lines, and it just didn't look recognizable at all. So they had to, like, go, alright, well, plan B, we just get the drawing outline and show that. Oh, here we go, here's Dan. I'm guessing this is, like, based on one of Shelley Duvall's children's books, so maybe they had these art assets already. Which would explain why they kind of reuse the same imagery over and over again. I want to see what's at the end of this now. There's going to be some great reward. I just know it. Wait, is that a tank? Okay, maybe this is like a later plot point that we're seeing here. In fact, yeah, I don't want to spoil the rest of
Within
this.
minutes, all the birds were awake and could see the fire. They jumped and squawked in their...
Okay, got nothing to say, Shelley? Just running as fast as you can.
Dan, Shelley, and Digby ran for the car. The birds escaped the flames as they flew toward the sky. The smoke was thick and black. It was hard for the birds to see and breathe. They soon became separated and flew off in different directions.
Okay, that's loud.
Flames, the glowing part of a fire, usually orange and yellow. There is a small flame at the end of a lit candle. Toward, in the direction of something. Sky, up above the earth, where the clouds, sun, and stars are. Thick, in this case, very dense, the opposite of thin. It is hard to see through a thick fog.
It is hard to see through a thick fog.
Black, a very dark color. The sky at night, a hockey puck, and an ant can all be black.
Those are definitely the first three things I think of.
Hard. In this case, something that is difficult to do. The opposite of easy.
Mamu says sky is my favorite word that English got from Danish. Okay, did not know that the sky was a loan word.
Different. Not the same as something else. An apple is different from an orange, even though they are both fruits.
Terrifying emergency.
By the next morning, the fire had ended, but it had burned the whole hillside. Dan, Shelley, and Digby returned to the mess. Dan kicked around in the black rubble, but there was nothing worth saving. Shelley called out for the birds, but none answered.
Wow. R.I.P. Dan's synthesizer collection.
Connie! Austin! Humpty? Mowgli! Scarlet! Where are you?
Wow, just taking it out on the rubble. Oh, got nothing to say for yourself, Digby? Feel any shame that cousin caused all this? Of course not. You're just a 1 pound dog.
A few blocks away, on top of a burnt pine, sat a dirty little bird. It was Connie. She saw Dan and Shelley driving away. She tried to call out, but her voice was too raspy from the smoke. They couldn't hear her at all.
God, that's rough. Again. You were going in your car. Take them with you in the car.
Blocks. Sections of a neighborhood or city that are divided by the streets. Top. The highest point or side of something. The opposite of bottom. A roof is on the top of your house.
I suppose it is.
Burnt. The way something is after it has been on fire, or too close to a lot of heat. For instance, if you cook a hot dog too long, You might say, my hot dog is burnt. Dirty, not clean, covered in dirt. Voice, the sound that comes out of your throat when you talk. Raspy,
I know this.
scratchy and rough sounding. When you have a sore throat and a cough, your voice may become raspy.
Oh, it's not a... Okay, not a single board computer then. I take it back.
Mowgli!
Pearly!
George!
Austin!
Well,
Mowgli!
Well, we tried. Better drive off.
Connie was sad that Dan and Shelley had not heard her. Fortunately, though, Humpty had. He flew over and landed beside her. They decided to call out together. They hoped the others would hear them if they were nearby. Sad. In an unhappy mood, feeling badly about something. The opposite of happy. Nearby. Within a close distance to something else.
Are there any indirectables here? Okay. Oh, okay, no. Oh, yeah, there aren't individual... There are like, you can click on these like highlighted ones to get a description, but the rest of the sentence is not individually playbackable. Oh, here we go, coloring game. Oh, Manmu says, it's a bit odd when they define a word using more complicated words. It's... I understand what you mean. It does seem odd, but I guess, like, maybe part of it is just down to, like, you get better at language by hearing more language being used, and maybe you can pick up on some things, and maybe... I don't know. I'm not an educator. I don't know whether or not Shelley Duvall is, like, in the right here by using... I don't know, $10 words like distance or, what's another one?
Sad.
Oh,
in an unhappy...
Yeah, it's pretty straight.
By evening, all the birds except for Pearly had found the pine. No one had seen Pearly. Mowgli suggested they all stay in the tree for the night. Everyone agreed. Gorby asked Austin to sing a lullaby as he snuggled up next to Connie.
Well, R.I.P. Pearly.
Evening. The time after supper and before bedtime. It usually starts to get dark in the evening.
Interesting. So, as long as you don't have supper, it's never evening. You can stay up as long as you want.
Pine, a tall tree that does not have leaves, but has long, skinny green needles that don't fall off in the winter.
Mad Moose says, if you don't know sad, I doubt you would know mood. Yeah, mood, I think mood is kind of definitely like another tier of vocabulary compared to sad. Gorbachev the Communist Parrot. Oh, here we go, a song.
How do you hug a bird? Are his feathers in the way? Well, his feet are kind of pointy, and his beak is so imposing. How do you hug a bird? Well, I think I know the way. You see, you do it tenderly. And how do you hug a bird? When you're feeling kind of low, and the song he sings so sweetly is a song that you both know. How do you hug a bird? Well, there's just one way, you see. You do it tenderly. You know a bird is a very delicate kind of creature, so you really have to know what to do. How do you hug a bird? Yeah, well, I think I found a way. You know you're never gonna hold him if he wants to get away. How do you hug a bird? Well, there's just one way, you see. You do it tenderly. And how do you hug a bird? Well, there's just one way, you see. You do it tenderly.
He sidestepped the issue. He didn't say how you can hug the bird. He just said be careful about it. But that's not the same as explaining like the steps. I don't know. I'm calling it a cop out from Dan. Corten case says Shelley Duvall was involved with, according to Google, at least 2 CD-ROMs. What the heck? I think it's at least 3. Like I'm sure there were 2 Digby games, and this is the 3rd. Stephen WH says I had KFC for dinner and feel guilty. Maybe not after this metal. I mean, I think we can break kayfabe here and say that this is a song by Shelley's friend Dan, rather than these animals, these animules. Bloody Cactus says not quite a Disney quality song. Yeah, I guess like you know, Alan Menken was costing a lot of money back in the day, so Shelley's friend Dan is, you know, within the budget. Wait, what? Ooh, I think we just duplicated this bird here. Not sure if that was meant to be intentional. I was clicking on things very quickly. Okay, now they're all sleeping. They're all sleeping. I'm not gonna click on this guy again because he's probably gonna sing.
The next morning, the parrots were surprised when they awoke. They no longer had the tree to themselves. A group of mean, angry crows surrounded them. Austin tried to ask them for help, but the crows only teased them and moved in closer.
Ooh, alright.
Surprised. Feeling amazement when something unexpected happens. You can be surprised when a group of friends show up for a birthday party for you, and you weren't expecting them.
Yeah, how do they get past security? That's definitely a surprise.
Group. Several people or animals that hang around together.
I think that's maybe kind of... I'd say group is a more general concept. Like, you don't need... And I would say it's not exclusive to animals or people that hang around together, but... I guess in this context.
Nasty or bad. Someone who pushes you around in the playground is mean. Closer. Not as far away as something else. For instance, your mouth is closer to your nose than your ears are.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to... So... Alright, 5 centimeters... 13 yeah, okay. Alright. Alright, score 1 Duval. I guess that's a correct definition of closer.
It's this way. No, it's that way. You take a left turn when you get to Saturday. Then you spin around twice. You open up your eyes, and very soon you'll be right there. It's this way. No, it's that way. You pass Saskatchewan, or is that Piscataway? Then you tunnel underground. You come up and look around, and very soon you'll be right there. Hey,
Hey, what's with you? You look confused. You must excuse me if I seem to be amused. You know I'll try to keep it simple, but you have to pay attention. Let's see now, where was I? Oh yeah, I thought I ought to mention that it's this away. No, it's that away. You go just past that dog and scare that cat away. Then you fly over the moon. It should take till May or June, but pretty soon you'll be right there. The directions are explicit. As the crow flies, you can't miss it. Very soon you'll be right there.
How? I mean, all right. I'm not sure if these are angry.
Angry. Mad or unhappy at something or someone. You would be angry if someone stole your shoes.
Depends which pair.
Crow. A large-sized black bird, genus Corvus, that makes a lot of noise. Varieties are found in most countries of the world.
I mean, it just sounded like the crows were taking the piss. It didn't sound like they were upset necessarily. Like, maybe they wanted their tree back and that's... Oh, no. I'm not hearing that again.
The crows wouldn't help the parrots find their way home. In fact, they got meaner. The birds tried to huddle closer, but the crows began to push them around. Gorby began to sob in fear, and the crows just laughed.
Okay, so the... Okay, so they got personal space issues.
Home. The place where you live. Fact. Something that is true. It is a fact that the earth is round, and it is also a fact that a few people still think it is flat.
Oh, Shelley, that is no longer accurate, I'm afraid.
Meaner. Nastier or worse. Meaner. Nastier or
Would
worse.
a kid know what nastier means, but not what meaner means? Like, it feels like meaner is kind of a more accessible adjective than nastier, but...
Fear. The feeling of being afraid or scared.
Okay. Hasn't explained why the birds are angry, but okay.
She made it! Right, Pearly! Woo!
The birds flocked around Pearly and explained how perfect her timing was. They wanted to fly home, but Pearly said it was all gone.
Okay. So Pearly scared away the crows. Oh, there we go. More colors. Okay, let's just... There we go. Come on. Some of these hotspots are... Oh, there we go. They're really hard to get. I guess I can't get that one. There we go. They're now the Sound Blaster talking parrot on shrooms.
She made it! Right, Pearly!
They had to stick together to survive. Pearly led them to a nearby orange tree that had escaped the fire. It was full of fruit, and soon were they. It was a feast. They ate and laughed and talked as Humpty entertained them.
Those are meant to be rations, you fool. What are you going to eat the rest of the day? Like, all the oranges are gone now.
Okay, gang. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Banana.
Banana who?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Banana.
Banana who?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Orange, you glad I didn't say banana?
Hey!
Alright, Digby, we need a second fire.
Oh, it's juicy. You guys gotta try this orange. I'm telling you, this is great. This is wonderful.
Orange. An orange-colored fruit that is sweet and juicy and grows on a tree.
You can't define orange with the word orange. What is this?
Full. Not having room for any more. Full is the opposite of empty. If you ate 2 pieces of pie, 3 chocolate bars, 2 hot dogs, and 3 glasses of milk, you would definitely feel full.
So full is glycemic shock. Got it.
Fruit. A kind of food that grows on trees or vines and is usually sweet. Apples, oranges, bananas, grapes, and cherries are fruits. But carrots, potatoes, and peas are not.
Are bananas fruit? I thought they were kind of like one of those edge cases.
Feast. A big meal with a wide variety of delicious foods, usually with many people taking part.
Or birds, apparently.
A group of wild finches joined them in the orange tree. Unlike the crows, they were a friendly flock. When they heard that the parrots were naive and homeless, they advised them to fly south.
When they heard that the parrots were naive and homeless. Oh my god, like just like that. They say, help us, we're naive and homeless.
Homeless.
Okay.
Without a home or a place to
I
live.
get that. I wanted to hear what the definition for naive is. It looks like there's meant to be something that happens when I click it, but it's not happening.
Flock. A group of birds that fly, eat, and sleep together. Finches. Small songbirds with cone-shaped bills. Their main diet is made up of seeds. South. The bottom half of the earth.
Relative to... Okay. I guess, you know. If we're going off the map, sure. Draw on. Draw all. Okay, I did that. It's okay. So we clicked on the text. Hot text item. Okay, getting the mouse position here, and then what do we do with that mouse position? Do we do it? Oh, we're about to find out. Okay, Finn. Okay. Oh, it's all right. So it's checking coordinates in the code. Huh. All right. What was that thing called? Hot text. Right, okay, so there's one for wild, there's one for finches, there's one for friendly, there's one for flock. There is meant to be one for naive. But for some reason I'm not clicking it properly. Okay. Whoa.
Naive, not knowing the ways of the world. For instance, a young child is usually naive about what really goes on in the world.
Such as the definition of naive. So like what?
Naive.
It's a tiny hotspot. It's like a few pixels at the top compared to like, you know, the other ones which are pretty effortless to
Finches.
click.
Friendly.
I guess it just must be that the coordinates are very cooked for naive.
The parrots discussed what the finches had told them. They agreed they didn't want to be on their own in the city during winter.
Oh, it's juicy. You guys gotta try this orange. I'm telling you, this is great. This is wonderful.
Ah, crap. Okay. Back to these. Okay. These are the ones we were doing before. Oh yeah, there's Dan running to get the parrot. Oh, okay.
The parrots discussed what the finches had told them. They agreed they didn't want to. Humpty suddenly remembered where he was from. The Amazon forest. Wise Mowgli thought it was a good idea. So, with a wing and a prayer, they flew off on a big adventure.
Okay.
Amazon, a large area in central Brazil that is covered with rainforest. There is a large river, the Amazon River, that runs through it.
It's a long trek to get from Los Angeles to the Amazon River.
Let's go!
Okay. Oh, and they go. Oh, chapter 2, the journey.
The birds flew south, away from the hillside that had always been their home. Mowgli let Humpty guide the flock. They flew over the mountains and into the huge city of Los Angeles. The view was amazing from up above. There were many tall buildings and freeways that looked like spaghetti.
Look at that smog.
Hey, let's follow those cars on the spaghetti. I think they're going south. Or north. Or east. Or west. Well, let's just follow them.
This city is huge, as far as I can see.
Let's find a route to follow.
Whoa, I like it better up here.
Wow, looks hazardous. Imagine all the dangers down there.
He sounds so much like Dr. Zoidberg. It's great.
I feel safer up here.
Look at the city.
Oh, this guy. Okay.
I'm hungry.
Oh, wait. The word definition didn't look. Go back.
The birds.
Here we go.
Mountain, a large and very high hill. Some mountains are several miles high. The highest mountains in the world are in the Himalayas, in Asia.
A very high hill.
Huge. Very large or big. Enormous. Huge is the opposite of tiny. A baseball field is huge compared to the backyard of a house.
Hey, Race of the Bean, we're learning about, I guess baseball fields and their relative size.
View. What you see in the distance or from a high spot. For instance, if you were at the top of a mountain, you would have a really good view of the countryside. Amazing, unbelievable, and incredible acrobats in the circus do amazing stunts.
Another circus analogy.
Tall, of a higher stature than most. The opposite of short. Basketball players are tall. Building, a structure with different rooms, windows, doors, and possibly several floors. Houses, stores, and schools are buildings. Many, a lot of something. Or the opposite of few. Freeways, big roads that go through the city. Cars are allowed to travel at fast speeds on freeways.
Fast speeds.
Spaghetti, a type of food, a pasta that is made up of long string-like strands. Spaghetti is usually eaten with the sauce.
Usually the sauce.
Suddenly there was a loud roar just above their heads. The birds looked up, and before they could dive, a powerful gust of sooty, smelly wind blew them sideways. It was the biggest bird they'd ever seen, and it had come dangerously close. Mowgli decided to take over the lead.
Do we get to see what that is?
What a day!
Guys, let's get out of here fast! I mean, really, a bird could get hurt around here. Oh, no!
Where's Connie?
We're all right. What a flight!
Ooh!
Oh, yay! We're okay.
We're okay. That's a clue, kids.
Roar, a very loud and mighty yell or cry. Lions roar, but kittens only meow. Head, the top part of the body. It contains the brain, the eyes, the nose, and the mouth. Or, in case of a bird, a beak. It can also mean the chief or leader of a group.
Alright,
Powerful, very strong, with a lot of power. An elephant is a very powerful animal, and because of this, it has often been used to pull large loads that are too heavy for other animals, such as horses.
you can't just call a horse a large load. They're trying their best.
Gust, a sudden and strong puff of wind. A bad storm has thousands of gusts of wind. Smelly, with a bad or unusual odor. Dead fish are smelly.
Not if they're cooked properly.
Sooty, covered with black particles formed from a fire, such as a forest fire. Wind, the natural movement of air on the earth. When the wind blows, you can see the leaves and branches in the trees moving. Biggest, the largest of all. For instance, a horse is a big animal, and a buffalo is even bigger. But an elephant is the biggest land animal of them all.
Okay, they got it out.
Well,
with
how
land
was
animal.
it? Horsehair crab. I pretended they were normal crabs.
Yeah, gotta pretend they're normal. Yeah, biggest land animal. Okay, that's I was about to
Lead,
enter
the first
misinformation
position.
territory there.
If you were in the front, or first position halfway through a race, your parents would cheer, "Keep up the lead! Keep up the pace!" Finally, the birds found their way out of the city. They found a fountain at a place called the Mission at San Juan Capistrano, where they met some friendly pigeons. The pigeons invited the parrots to spend the night, and they gladly accepted.
Wow. So hospitable. Some lovely single frame animations. Okay.
San Juan Capistrano, a town on the west coast of California, between Los Angeles and San Diego. It is famous because the swallows flock there each year on March 19th.
How do they know what day it is?
Pigeon, a type of bird that is found in most cities of the world, as well as in the wild. They are a plump bird with a small head. Their feathers range in color from white to beige and gray, to brown and very dark gray. They are generally found in areas where there are people and food, because they are hoping for a handout.
Not a handout.
Mission. In this case, an outpost centered around a church. The people at the mission are called missionaries, and their job is to spread their religion to a new group of people. Way. In this case, the directions to get somewhere. Fountain. A special kind of water outlet. For instance, there are drinking fountains where you push a handle and a small stream of water comes out. There are decorative fountains, often shaped as a statue, that have fancy sprays of water. These are often found in parks or city squares.
Parks or city squares.
The birds flew to San Diego the next day. From the sky they could see a beautiful park below, filled with people looking at all kinds of animals. Pearlie begged the others to rest there. The others agreed when they saw there were other parrots, and food, too.
Oh, Pearlie. What have you gone done?
Park. A nice place with few or no buildings, but with trees, grass, and open spaces. People. When there are several persons, you call them people.
Several persons is made out people.
Kind.
It's people.
In this case, the type of thing. For instance, there are many kinds of dogs. Spaniels, poodles, or large St. Bernards. Kind can also mean being nice to someone. Animal. Any living thing that can move itself around, such as a dog, a cat, a bird, an ant, an elephant, but not a flower or a tree.
Seems a little tacked on at the end there, because I mean, there are plenty of vines around my house which would disprove this disprove this little thesis. Oh, okay. Let's say there go a bunch of dead turtles, but they got the birds back, so that's fine. Okay, this is the stock effects pen. Do we need a logo? Oh, okay, this is the tank slash zoo catchers fan.
The parrots flew down and made friends with the parrots at the zoo. They munched on nuts and seeds and some fruit. Soon a crowd of people gathered to look at the colorful new visitors. But little did they know the zookeepers were rushing to get their nets and capture them.
Hi, my name's Pearlie. Is that a fruit basket?
Oh, why, yes it is. Oh, excuse me. I'm Seymour, and you're welcome to some if you'd like, Pearlie.
Thank you, Seymour.
Okay, we get one more puzzle, and it appears to be the only one. Oh, here we go.
Nut. A large seed that grows on trees, or in bushes, or in the ground, and is enclosed in a hard shell. Some nuts that are edible are peanuts, pecans, cashews, pistachios, and Brazil nuts. Not all nuts may be eaten, though. Some nuts can be poisonous. Friend. Someone you get along well with whom you share ideas and activities, and who looks out for you.
Ideas and activities.
Zoo. A place where a wide variety of wild animals are kept in enclosures, are fed, and looked after. Keeping animals in a zoo allows us to see those animals that we would normally not see. As well, it allows us to protect types of animals that are endangered species.
Alright,
Colorful. With many colors. Parrots are nice to look at because they are so colorful.
Can't disagree there.
New. Fresh and not used before. The opposite of old or used.
Again, would a kid that didn't know what new meant, know what fresh means? Seems, press X to doubt.
Zookeeper. A person whose job it is to tend to the zoo animals and to the zoo itself.
Okay.
Let's go!
Fly away quick!
Get out of here! Come on!
All right, let's quick!
Fly away!
Pearlie, are you all right?
Don't worry about me. This is almost like home. Go on now.
We'll come back for you, Pearlie.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well.
By evening, they reached Mexico.
What?
They found a courtyard in a small, quiet town and settled into a big old oak tree. Gorby was hungry and wanted someone to feed him. Everyone was tired, so Scarlet suggested they choose straws. Humpty had to find food and feed Gorby.
Okay. Makes it sound like one of the birds has to do the honourable thing and, be the next one. But, oh well, I guess this Pearlie is now property of San Diego, the San Diego estate.
Courtyard. A little yard surrounded by buildings, or a wall, or a fence. Small. Little. For instance, a mouse is small.
No, we learned this before.
Quiet. Not noisy. With very few sounds. Oak. A type of tree that has acorns. At maturity, it has a very thick trunk, sometimes 4 or 5 feet through. Its wood can be used for furniture.
Hang on, dude. I was curious, like, oak trees in Mexico? There is a webpage called Oaks, the backbone of Mexico, so I assume the answer is yes.
Hungry. The way you feel when you haven't eaten for a while. Someone. A person.
Or a bird, as we've established.
Straws. Short pieces of tough grasses, such as hay. Straws is also a game. All the straws are held so that you only see one end. Then everyone chooses one, and the person who gets the shortest straw is it.
Oh, like the movie. Anything... I'm gonna say the animation in these scenes, not so great. I get that they're kind of just going off like a story book. you know, fairly static imagery that they're just kind of trying to make work, but it's still... They could do better. Hey Dave, we're doing alright. Just checking out some Shelley Duvall.
While Humpty fed Gorby, he told everyone about the Amazon forest and what a paradise it is. Gorby gobbled down his food. The others tried to listen, but they were just too tired to stay awake. One by one, they all fell asleep.
Was this a animation? Okay, whatever.
Selma, about you and Troy, we're not sure he's all he seems.
Whoa, okay. Oh, an actual puzzle. Holy shit. Okay. Arrange the puzzles in the pieces in the right order to complete the picture. Uh-oh. Okay. So... I'd love to, except... Oh, here we go. Okay. They are draggable. It seems to... Okay. The boundaries of the box seem a bit weird, but okay. So we can... Okay, you have to pick the piece on the top. But
If you're suggesting I stayed up all night trying to solve that childish puzzle.
Okay. Come on. Oh no, you can pick lower pieces. You just need to be persistent. Like sometimes clicking and dragging works. Other times you have to click once and then try again. Well, we got a picture of exactly the previous
While
frame.
Humpty...
No, we don't want to hear that. Okay,
Paradise. A very beautiful place where everything is perfect and nothing can go wrong.
So, alright.
Tired. The way you feel when you've done a lot of work, or hard exercise, or at the end of a long day.
Oof.
Asleep, when your eyes are shut and you're not awake. For instance, a mother might say, "Shh, the baby is asleep." Meanwhile, back in Los Angeles, Dan, Shelley, and Digby were staying at a motel. It would be a while before their new house would be finished. Tonight, they were talking about their missing birds when an important news bulletin came on TV.
Wow, okay. Wonder what this news bulletin could be. Presumably, just talking about, I don't know, I guess the mass devastation caused by that fire, like loads of displaced people. They certainly wouldn't focus on like a weird incident at the San Diego Zoo where... Oh, here we go. Get the Digby theme recorded into the game.
This is a story about a 1-pound dog. You might mistake him for a bump on a log. A friend of mine said,
Hey, I like your frog.
no, it's a 1-pound dog. A 16-ounce dog. 1-pound dog.
We got
this. Digby is a dog about as big as a bird. He's got the meanest bark that you ever heard. Just kidding. A friend of mine said, "Are you sure that's a dog?" Yeah.
I guess it's...
1-pound dog. A 16-ounce dog. 1-pound dog. 100% dog. It's a 1-pound dog.
CD, which talks about more about this one-pound dog? The answer is yes, it is true. Come on.
Digby weighs but 1 pound.
Motel. A place with many rooms where people stay when away from home. Important. Valuable or worthwhile. Something that requires or gets special attention.
As opposed to all those other news bulletins. Which
News bulletin.
Just ignore.
A special report about something important that has happened, is happening, or is about to happen. Little did Dan and Shelley know how far their birds had
I
traveled.
guess we don't know what the...
They were headed southeast, right toward the Gulf of Mexico and Hurricane Carl. But for now, the weather was beautiful, and everyone was asking Humpty all kinds of questions about the Amazon.
Well...
Gulf of Mexico, a large body of water that is bordered to the north by the USA, the west by Mexico and Central America, to the south by South America, and opens to the east to the Atlantic Ocean. Southeast, halfway between south and east. Hurricane, a very bad wind and rainstorm. Hurricanes often cause a lot of damage. They are usually given a name, such as Hurricane Hazel or Hurricane Carl.
Wait, they're flying into a hurricane? Oh no. Okay, that's not gonna be good. I just realized.
Far, a long distance away. Of course, things seem far away if you are walking and not driving. Weather. What it is like outside at a particular time. The weather can be sunny, cold, windy, snowy, or rainy.
And no other types. Just those 5.
Question. Something that needs an answer. How do you do is a question. I'm fine is an answer.
Very terse example of each, but okay. Okay, and the birds have got nothing to say on this page, presumably because they've just seen the hurricane and they are speechless.
As they neared the Gulf of Mexico, the sky became filled with wonderful clouds. Mowgli explained to Gorby that clouds come in different shapes and sizes, and even have different names. But no one knew what these clouds had in store for them.
Here we go. Here we freaking go.
Clouds. A mass of water droplets or ice crystals that do not touch the earth, and that can be seen. When it's at ground level, it's called fog. There are a variety of cloud shapes and types. Some of the types are shown here.
So we've got cumulus, altcumulus, cirrus, stratcumulus, cumulus congestus, and cumulonimbus.
Cumulonimbus clouds. These clouds are heavy and dense, with a dark appearance. They are high vertically. They are at the lowest altitudes from 0 to 6,500 feet, or 0 to 2 kilometers.
I guess it could be argued that maybe this is quite a high concept for a basic reading game, but you know what? For a kid, for a kid who's like kind of like at that age where they're just hoovering up facts, like this is neat. This is kind of an interesting kind of little sidebar.
Cirrus clouds. These clouds have a silky, hair-like, almost transparent appearance. They are at the highest altitudes, from 16,500 to 45,000 feet.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
some kids
5
love
to 13 kilometers. Clouds.
Oh, wait, no. We already heard that definition.
Cumulus clouds. These are detached clouds and are dense, usually white, with some shadowing. They look like free floaters and are at the lowest altitudes, from 0 to 6,500 feet, or 0 to 2 kilometers.
And thank you for putting the metric in there so that my my tiny Australian brain can understand where I can find a cumulus cloud.
Soon the puffy white clouds became dark and threatening. The wind was picking up, and there was thunder and lightning. Not realizing they were about to fly into Hurricane Carl, the birds voted to push on.
These birds are going to get shredded. Not in a nice way.
Puffy, swelled up, or fluffy looking. A bed with big, puffy blankets and pillows is comfortable to sleep in.
Namu says 2 kilometers up doesn't really make sense in my brain, whatever unit you use. Yeah, it's definitely kind of in like that, like, you know, it's like the ocean. It's like those range of areas where just people are not meant to be. Like, it's just, it's just dangerous and wrong to be feared.
Lightning, a very bright flash of light that appears in the sky during a thunderstorm. Lightning carries a great amount of electricity and can be very dangerous if it hits you.
Just very dangerous.
Thunder,
Good lord.
the loud booms or cracks that you hear during a storm. Thunder is caused by lightning. That's why you often hear thunder just after you've seen lightning. Threatening, something that causes fear and may result in danger. Dark, not having much light, the opposite of bright. It is dark at night. They tried to keep flying, but it became very difficult. The birds were soaked by the heavy rains, and it was impossible to fly in such strong winds. They took shelter in a large tree, but when lightning struck nearby, the birds took off again in fright.
Uh-oh. Okay. So they've just been kind of rotated around in the air this time.
Difficult. Hard to do. The first time you try to tie your shoe might be difficult. Rain. Water that falls from the sky and drops. When it is cold enough, the rain freezes and turns into snow. Heavy. Difficult to lift up. The opposite of light. Impossible. The opposite of possible. It is impossible to breathe underwater without diving equipment.
Yeah, cop that, people born with gills. You're impossible now.
Strong. Having a lot of force or power. You would have to be very strong to throw a bowling ball 100 feet in the air.
100 feet is actually quite a lot, isn't it?
Shelter. A place that provides protection from the weather or from other animals. A big tree, a cave, or a deep hole in the ground could all provide shelter.
That's fair.
Large. Very big. The opposite of small. A basketball is large compared to a ping pong ball.
But how does it compare to a mouse or an elephant? Those are the only 2 points of reference I have for size.
Fright. The feeling of being scared or shocked. If someone jumped out from behind a door and yelled boo, they might give you a fright. A few minutes later, Scarlet found a small cave on the side of a cliff wall. They huddled together and tried to warm up. Safe in their cave, the birds watched as the storm raged on outside.
I wonder how far through the story we are, because, like, they're almost at South America. Presumably they have to make their way back in order to reunite with Shelley and Dan. Unless Shelley and Dan go to South America after seeing the birds. Okay, now we've done this. Whoa. Actually, no, wait. Go back. What words we got?
Cave. A large hole found in the side of a mountain, a hill, or a cliff wall. Many animals, like bears, live in caves. Side. One edge or surface of something that is away from the middle or center. There are often fences on the side of the road. Wall. The side of something large, like a house or a cliff. Walls can be made from brick, logs, stone, or even glass. Safe. Not in any danger.
But what's danger mean?
Storm. Bad weather with rain and strong winds, often accompanied by thunder and lightning.
Okay, that's enough. Okay, in the cave, now what?
The storm raged all night, but the morning brought a new sunny day. The parrots awoke to the sound of nearby squawks. When they peeked out of the vines, they saw who the noisemakers were. The wall was covered with wild scarlet macaws. They were eating the wall.
Do we get to hear the scarlet macaws? Again, like the birds don't really have very much to say when you click on them, which is kind of disappointing.
Sunny. When the sun is bright and there are no clouds in the sky. Sound. A noise that you hear or make. You make a funny sound when you sneeze.
You take that back!
Squawk. A loud call, usually made by birds, such as parrots. Noisemakers. Something that is loud and makes loud sounds.
You did technically use make in the definition for noisemakers, which, again,
Vines.
do better.
Plants that are smaller than trees and grow on walls, on the sides of cliffs, or on other trees. Grapes and pumpkins grow on vines, and so do watermelons, too. Scarlet. Brilliant red color. After breakfast, the birds once again took to the sky. Everyone was eager to press on and get to the Amazon. Everyone, that is, except Connie and Gorby. Those two were falling behind. They wanted to play and sightsee. Mowgli warned them to stay close, but they didn't listen.
Connie and Gorby only have themselves to blame for, I don't know, the bird-eating spider. That's my guess. Where this is going.
Breakfast. The first meal that you eat when you wake up in the morning. You might have cereal, toast, or pancakes for breakfast.
Crap, I didn't have breakfast today. Now I want pancakes.
Eager. Wanting to do something very much. If you have been hungry all day, then you will be eager to eat your dinner. Close. Nearby. The opposite of far away. You stand close to the bus stop, so the bus driver will know to stop and pick you up.
You also have to signal. You can't just expect the person driving the bus to pick up on that.
Connie and Gorby were straggling behind, flying in and out of the treetops.
Oh.
Suddenly, two large shadows passed overhead, and then came the screeching cry of hawks. Connie and Gorby looked up to see two huge birds diving straight for them.
Here we go. Apex predator time.
Hawk, a species of large bird that prey on other small birds and animals. It is known for its exceptional eyesight, thus the common expression, eyes like a hawk. It has very strong claws and a hooked beak. It is related to the eagle.
Mamu says standing by the road of the bus stop is usually enough unless the bus driver is asleep. I don't know, like over here, because bus stops are used by several different routes, you usually have to like wave to indicate that you want to get on.
Treetops. The highest points of trees. If you were flying in a plane over a forest and you looked down, you would see the treetops. 2. The number after 1 and before 3. You have 2 eyes, 2 hands, but only 1 nose. But that nose has 2 nostrils.
2 nostrils. Yeah, okay. I'm just now thinking of Professor Finkel and like how Professor Finkel would kind of deal with the... I mean, Professor Finkel didn't really have that many metaphors in it. It was mostly just kind of like just singing about numbers as if you already knew all about them. Oh, Bloody Cactus says Gorby is afraid of those capitalist hawks. Wow, yeah, you're right. There's a deeper metaphor to this children's game. Treetops, the top of trees that goes around in a circle. Possibly. Was there anything else? Oh yeah. Okay. Shelley, tell us what shadows are.
Shadow. The dark area that occurs when something is blocking the sun or light. If you stand with your back to the sun, you will see your shadow on the ground in front of you.
Okay.
Treetops. The highest points of trees. If you were flying in a plane over a forest and you looked down, you would see the treetops. Overhead. Located above head level. For instance, if you are lying down on the bottom bunk bed, you can stare at the other bunk bed overhead.
Sure.
Straight. Not crooked. You use a ruler to draw a straight line.
Oh, there's the hawk.
Connie and Gorby were terrified. These birds were huge, and they looked hungry. Then, out of nowhere, Mowgli and Scarlet appeared. They squawked their loudest squawks and charged the hawks. Connie and Gorby raced one way, and the hawks took off the other way. They were saved!
Oh, only one word on this page. And no hotspots.
Loudest. That which makes or has the biggest sound or noise.
I would have thought charged would have been... Anyway.
The birds had reached Guatemala. The weather was perfect, and the forests below were filled with luscious fruits. Some of the birds wanted to end the journey here, but Humpty insisted they move on. Everyone agreed to stick together, and so onwards they flew. The Amazon couldn't be far now.
Alright. Do we want to take bets on what state the Amazon is going to be when we arrive? Like, is this going to be a message about the dangers of, like, slash and burn clearing? Again, like another page where there's no hotspots to speak of.
Guatemala, a country in Central America, south of Mexico, bordering on the Pacific Ocean and the Caribbean.
Mamu says, I take the bus every day. I sometimes indicate that I don't want it to stop, usually by taking a step back when the bus driver sees. Yeah, it's an option, but I've had my fair share of, like, trying that and having to wait for another 15 minutes because the guy just wasn't, the driver was just not, obviously on a time schedule and did not need, the chance of a potential not stop or whatever, but anyway.
Luscious. Having a delicious taste or smell. Something that appeals to your senses. Journey. A long trip. Guatemala, a country in Central America south of Mexico, bordering on the Pacific Ocean and the Caribbean.
Here we go. Paradise.
After many days of flying, they arrived at the Amazon. Everyone cheered with excitement. Humpty was right. It was paradise. The sky was blue, the air was warm and balmy, and the lush green jungle smelled welcoming. They flew down to investigate.
We're here! We're here! We're here! We're here! We're here!
What's that? Love that pecking animation. Okay, there are more hotspots here. Ooh, what's that orange stripy gator? I know more about the gator.
Excitement. A time when there is a lot of fun and activity. There is excitement at birthday parties. Blue. The color of the sky on a sunny day, and of Grover on Sesame Street.
That's okay. An interesting definition of blue. I've never heard blue being discussed in terms of Grover.
Air. The mixture of gases that surround the earth. Normally it is clear and tasteless, but sometimes you can smell it. Warm. Not quite hot, but not cold either. The air is hot in summer, cold in winter, but warm in spring and fall.
Bloody Cactus says, I've been to some very not exciting birthday parties. I mean, sometimes it's just fine to hang out with people, you know, people who are important in your life. It doesn't have to be a thrill a minute.
Green. The color of grass and leaves.
Sis Edit points out who smelt it, dealt it, which, you know what, that applies to I guess, applies to pollution, just as well as it does
Jungle.
to personal discharge.
A thick forest in a tropical region, with many, many kinds of trees, vines, and bushes. There are jungles in South America, the Amazon area, in Africa, and in many of the Pacific Islands.
Okay, good.
Welcoming. Inviting. Making you feel comfortable.
Come on. Like, the other shoe's gotta drop soon. Like, there can't be...
The birds settled into a tree. There were flowers and fruit and animals everywhere.
Oh, here we go.
Mowgli congratulated Humpty for a job well done. Humpty was glad they had believed in him. Another yellow-naped Amazon parrot, just like Humpty, landed beside him. Only it was a girl. She introduced herself as Tahini.
Time for celebration of some kind. Some kind of...
Bogia. My name is Tahini.
Oh, pleased to meet you. Humpty.
Doing a little kind of cartoon wolf, you know, spit take
Bogia.
there.
My name is Tahini.
Time for celebration of some kind. Some kind of celebration? Celebration? My baby friend, I'm with you through the end.
Another song.
Celebration in order. After all we've been through, I'm sticking with you. Alright. There's a celebration in order. Here's to the ones that help along the way. There's a celebration in order. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And here's to the ones that kept us laughing every day. There's a celebration in order. Let's celebrate. Be together. Dance and sing it. Bring anybody you want. We're gonna celebrate till very late. And sing all the songs that we want. Woo, woo. There's a celebration in order. A celebration in order.
It's like cheated and had a look at the file system. It looks like we're at about maybe the 66% point, so I'm gonna just, yeah, we're gonna probably give up on the definitions. This is, I assume this is gonna be like a tiny book, but it is actually quite long. Bloody Cactus says, I wonder about what kind of budget they had to make this, or it was state-sponsored or something. That is a good question. I assume that, like, this is repurposing art that was made for one of Shelley Duvall's kids' books, and then I can't remember, like, what the deal is with, like, I think, like, this wasn't quite self-published, but it was definitely, like, a company where Dan and Shelley had a leadership, you know, like an ownership stake in it.
Tahini liked this new group of birds and wanted them to feel at home. She whistled, and within minutes, her own family and friends joined them. They came with gifts of fruits and flowers. The evening was spent telling each other about their different cultures.
Ooh, alright. Okay.
Culture. The way certain groups of people behave or do things. In America, many people enjoy going to baseball games. Baseball is part of the American culture.
More decent than baseball? Dun dun dun.
Morning, it's morning.
Oh, there's a scrolling bit.
Every time of day, and I love to hear you say.
Just interrupted the song, but whatever. There we go. Snappy Gator. Oh, you can go like all the way up. Ooh, sloth. Okay, non-interactable sloth. Okay, and the birds are just hanging around there. Okay.
Austin was wide awake before everyone else the next morning. He looked around at his new surroundings. He thought to himself that life would be good here. In the branches above him, Austin noticed that Humpty and Tahini were snuggled together.
Oh, here we go.
Once again, Austin longed to find his own mate.
Poor old incel Austin.
Connie, are you awake?
What is it, Austin?
Well, now that we're in the jungle, will I find a mate?
I hope you will, Austin, but it might be hard.
Why?
Well, this is South America, and your species comes from Africa.
Oh, guess I'll just have to look extra hard.
Guess so. But don't worry, you'll have lots of time.
The voices in this game are really quiet, which is odd. Okay, well that's about the only thing we can click on this page. Oh, and no words. Kids just know. Oh wait, there are words. Whoa.
Surroundings. The area around you. When you move to a new place, it is fun to check out your new surroundings. Wide. Far from side to side. The opposite of narrow. Mate. One of a pair. Within the animal kingdom, it is the one whom you stay with for life. One being a female and one being a male.
Unless you're that particular species of penguin.
Mowgli was gathering fruit for breakfast. Soon Mowgli found a minute to visit with Moses.
Well, that
The
hermaphrodite
others were still
type of
waking up
snail.
or eating breakfast. Moses invited Mowgli to sit beside him. Moses, usually very friendly looking, now looked quite serious. Mowgli wondered what the problem was.
Uh-oh. Okay, everyone's just rolling their eyes.
Serious. Not funny and quite important. Being late for school can be serious because you might get in trouble.
Yeah, you can never both be serious and funny. It just doesn't happen.
As Moses and Mowgli flew over the hilltop,
Called it.
They were shocked at
Called
what
it.
they saw. It appeared that the jungle was being invaded by man in every possible way. There was mining, logging, and a dam being built right next to their valley.
Yeah, you know. You can't introduce, like, a scene of paradise without ripping it violently away within the next 5 pages.
The rainforest seemed to end on the other side of the hilltop. Moses and Mowgli saw huge tracts of land that only had tree stumps left, and all else seemed burnt. No plants could be seen, nor was any wildlife in sight. They realized that many of their friends had lost their home to clear-cutting and logging operations. As they came to the clearing in the rainforest, Moses and Mowgli saw a new lake, but with huge walls, and no wildlife seemed to be playing or feeding from it. This was a big hydroelectric dam, but they didn't understand. They knew it wasn't the same anymore. Moses and Mowgli were surprised to see that there was no rainforest below them anymore. Instead, they saw huge strips of raw land, as though the jungle floor had been scraped and shaved. They were horrified and saddened by this destruction. The mining operation had driven all the wildlife away.
Oh, jeez, alright. I guess this is the reason they're going back to Los Angeles.
Mowgli and Moses returned to the flock at the end of the day. The birds were saddened by the terrible news that they brought back with them. Moses said that before long, their new home would be destroyed by man. Everyone turned angrily towards Humpty.
Don't blame him. Oh,
End.
jeez.
The last part, or conclusion, the finish of something. You go to bed at the end of the day.
Blaming Humpty.
Terrible, bad, or awful. Long, the opposite of short. For instance, it is a long way from California to New York, and it would take a long time to walk from one to the other. So, after much debate and discussion, the birds had a new plan. They were going back to Los Angeles. Only this time, Moses, Tahini, and several other new friends would be flying with them. Up, up, and away they flew, waving goodbye to the jungle.
Just leaving this poor monkey here to die.
Debate. A type of discussion between two or more people, where each person lists the good or bad points of an idea.
And off they... What? Oh! And they moved around.
As they flew north, they warned other birds of the trouble that lay to the south. While many ignored the warning, others joined the northbound flock. Soon there were nearly 40 birds. They all worked hard to help each other out.
It's like, is moving to California really the answer? Isn't that going to be kind of have its own problems?
Birds of a feather, we fly together. It's you and me, no matter what the weather. Birds of a feather, we flock together. It's you and me, no matter what the weather. I never thought that I would ever see. What's he talking about? With all our differences, we share a dream. I used to be afraid, traveling on my own when he was on his own. Now with my friends I go, somehow we all go the direction home. We are birds of a feather, we fly together. It's you and me, no matter what the weather. Birds of a feather, we flock together. It's you and me, no matter what the weather. Birds of a feather, that's how it was meant to be. Whatever the weather, we are birds of a feather, we fly together. It's you and me, no matter what the weather. Birds of a feather, we flock together.
Andrew says, they're sad about the intrusion of man onto the jungle, so they're going to the pristine jungle of Los Angeles. Yes, it's a plan with no flaws that I can see.
Northbound, headed to the north, or in the direction of the top half of the Earth.
I guess the theory, though, is that if they go back to Los Angeles, they might be able to get a, they might be able to, like, find Shelley and Dan again, and therefore...
Traveling was slow with so many in the flock. Moses and Mowgli ordered the birds to fly in a V formation. This helped them cut through the wind. Slowly they pushed northward.
Wait, they're collecting all of the birds from Mexico as well? Like, even the places which aren't being kind of, like, slashed and burned?
V formation, in the pattern of the letter V. Many birds, such as Canadian geese and pelicans, fly in a V formation to help cut through the wind. Much like the V shape on a boat slices through the water more easily. When the bird in the lead gets tired, it moves further back, and another bird moves up to the lead position, which is the most tiring position. Thus they all take turns doing the toughest part of the job.
Well, that's nice. It's nice that they explain what V formation is. Another map with no hotspots. Let's keep going.
Eventually they reached Southern California. A farmer in a field, taking a break, looked up to the sky. Unbelievable! There was every color and every kind of parrot you could imagine. He'd never, ever seen birds of so many different species flying together like that.
Alright, what's the gopher got to say for himself? Nothing, just pops his head up very slightly. Vegetables? You do anything? Why did the crow make a noise? Oh, here we go. He tilts his hat rakishly. Okay.
Unbelievable. Hard to understand or believe. Species. A group or class of animals or plants that have similar characteristics. For example, all dogs belong to the same species, while cats belong to another.
Do we really need a definition of what color is? I would have thought that... Anyway.
Color. The hue or quality of light as seen by the viewer.
Yeah, we
For
know
instance,
what hue
on a
and
nice
quality
day,
means.
the sky has a blue color. Grass is a green color. The primary colors are blue, red, and yellow. Mixing these colors makes secondary colors. For instance, blue and yellow make a green color, Red and blue make a purple color. Southern, in the direction of the south.
Ask a stupid question.
Farmer, someone who lives and works on the land, either growing crops like wheat and corn, or raising animals like sheep, pigs, and cows. The farmer dropped his hoe and ran to his house. He phoned the radio station to tell them about the amazing sight. At first they wouldn't believe him, but the farmer insisted it was true. Then he called the zoos and wildlife societies to tell them.
What can you say? Like, it's a slow news day in Southern California.
Radio station, the place where songs and news on radio are broadcast and sent out from. DJs work in radio stations.
This is his face. Oh, and he's also got like an old-timey, wall-mounted candlestick phone, which is quite funny.
Sight, the ability to see, or something that is within your view. For instance, when you see your home, your house is in sight. Sight also means something that is striking to see. For instance, the Grand Canyon is a spectacular sight.
Alright. Tread delicately with this
Hoe,
one.
a tool with a long handle and a thin flat blade on the bottom that is used to turn up the earth in a garden or field.
Okay, thank you for the definition.
By noon, word of the farmer's sighting had spread far and wide.
Okay.
Radio stations, TV stations, wildlife societies, bird catchers, and curious people had heard of the unusual flock. Helicopters, trucks, cars, and people on bikes were trying to follow the birds.
It seems kind of dangerous running a helicopter after the... I thought it was about to just mow down the birds, but okay. I guess they were smart enough to dodge out of the way. That's right, send the cops after them. Those birds are too colourful.
Bird catcher, someone who traps birds. Often using a net, birds are often caught if they need care or to place them in aviaries.
Okay, is there anything else we need? Tell me about helicopters.
Helicopter, a small type of plane that uses a 4-blade propeller attached to the roof.
Is a helicopter a type of plane? I guess I never thought about it like that.
Curious, eager to learn about something or to wonder about something. You would ask questions if you were curious about how a phone works.
But only if you're curious about how a phone works. Any other mechanical device, that's just being nosy. That's different.
TV stations, the place where TV shows are made.
You're thinking of TV studios. I'm pretty sure TV stations mostly just rebroadcast footage.
Dan and Shelley were at a diner in Los Angeles. They were watching the news about the strange flock of birds. However, they didn't know that the flock was being led by their own birds. Just as the TV was about to show a close-up, there was a loud crash.
The Intercontinental Heavyweight Boxing title is on the line tonight in Vegas. Sammy the Hook Sterling weighed in at 212 pounds even. He has a 2-inch reach over John the Barber Cutter, who tipped the scales at an even 210. It's a scheduled 15-rounder. And on the links, Palmer and Nicholas share the third round.
Why did your
Early
sleeve
this
turn
morning, a
transparent?
local farmer spotted an unusual phenomenon. A flock of about 40 birds consisting of many different species appeared to be making its way north. We are currently on their trail, and we will keep you updated on their progress. Get out your binoculars. It's a beautiful sight.
It says it's Defo, Gilligan, and Ginger. Okay. I will say that Shelley's best friend, Dan, looks a lot like that. I don't know whether or not it's, I don't know, but, I can't remember what Ginger looks like, so I'm not sure. Draw on. Draw all?
Early this morning, a local farmer spotted an unusual...
Channel 4? Alright, so it's using Ink 36, which I think is, yeah, standard transparency one. Okay, it looks normal.
phenomenon. A flock of about 40 birds consisting of many different species appeared to be making its way north. We are currently on their trail.
Yeah. Heard that bit.
At last, the birds reached Los Angeles. They were still being tracked from the ground, but no one seemed to mind. George was the first to spot the hillside where they used to live. It was still quite far away, but he became very excited nonetheless.
I'm going to say that, yeah. Shelley and Dan have shown remarkably less, you know, compared to the Digby games where Digby was always getting lost and, like, they were always spending their free time scouring the earth with Digby. When the birds left, they're like, oh well, I guess they're gone now. It's a remarkable change in attitude. Whoa, alright.
They flew to their old neighborhood. Most of the mess from the fire had been cleaned up, and the birds found their street. But when they flew to their hillside, they became confused. The hill was the same, but there were new, different trees, and no one recognized the house. Neighborhood. An area.
Ah, yeah, we got that one before.
Confused, not knowing or understanding something. Mixed up. If two people gave you different directions to the store, you would be confused about how to get there.
Yes, I would.
They peeked in the glass windows. The house was empty. Dan and Shelley didn't seem to live here anymore. Disappointed, the birds settled down for the night. The news teams, bird watchers, and bird catchers also stayed on.
Wow, just trapping them up the tree, huh?
News teams. Groups of people who work together to report the news. Bird watcher. Someone who enjoys watching birds, usually through binoculars. Disappointed. Sad about the way something has turned out. You would be disappointed if you went to the park for a picnic and it rained.
I would be disappointed if I went to the park for a picnic.
What next, Mowgli?
We'll leave first thing in the morning, I guess, and find a new home.
Me sure sick of all this flying around and no place to go.
Don't worry, Gorby. Things will work out for us.
Is it just Dan and Shelley doing all the voices? It probably is.
Hey, that's an African grey. They're worth a lot of money.
Oh, no, you don't. This is a scientific phenomenon.
What next, Mowgli?
We'll leave first.
The birds were awakened by a noisy truck. Men opened the doors. The truck was filled with furniture. Mowgli explained to the others that new humans must be moving into the house. Noticing some bird cages in the truck, Connie secretly hoped that the new owners would adopt them.
Wonder who these new owners could be.
Oh, new humans!
Wow!
Oh,
Check out the furniture!
Look at new humans!
Wow!
New humans!
Wow!
Furniture. Objects in the home such as tables, chairs, sofas, beds, and dressers. Humans. People. Owner. The person who owns something.
Oh, we can do a jigsaw about the oh, okay, about the delivery van. All right, well, very imaginative name, Move It Movers. Here we go.
Another voice called out. Dan and Shelley had a new bird with them. Austin recognized the voice instantly. It was an African gray just like him. Only it was a she. Austin was excited. He would have a mate at last.
So excited, he has nothing to say on the screen. And also none of these words are, activatable. Oh.
Dan and Shelley were back. This was their new house.
Wow, they made bank
And
from the
Digby and
insurance.
Pearlie were with them. Shelley cried as Mowgli, Scarlet, Connie, Austin, George, Gorby, and Humpty flew down to greet them. The other birds flew around in excitement. No one could believe their good fortune.
Did I? Oh, and there's Digby. Alright, any words that I can click on? Nope, they've just stopped caring about definitions.
The press crowded around Dan and Shelley. Some of these birds obviously belonged to the couple, but what about the others? Dan explained that they had lost their own 8 birds after the fire, but he had no idea where these other birds were from.
Okay. I'm guessing those, what do you call it? The poacher in the back is going, oh, what's that? Not owned by you, eh?
Couple. 2 of a kind. For instance, if you had 2 pencils, you would have a couple of pencils.
That's who this is, a couple of pencils.
Press. In this case, groups of people and businesses, such as newspapers, that find out the news and tell it to the public. And so, the birds had found their way home. It was great to know they didn't have to worry anymore about food, weather, bird catchers, smog, mining, or logging. The aviary was like their own private jungle, complete with fruit trees, palms, a stone waterfall, and room service. Now this was paradise.
Wait, where did, She was captured by the zoo. Where did she come from? Right, well...
Smog. The dark haze or fog that hangs in the air over big cities and is caused by pollution. Private. Not shared with the public. Something you keep to yourself or share with only a few others. A secret is private.
So I guess the lesson to take away from here is it doesn't matter that the commons is being, I guess, destroyed and pillaged. As long as you have your own private aviary which has room service, then everything will be okay.
I hope you enjoyed meeting the parrots. Watch for more adventures from us. Digby has a few stories to tell, too. Bye! Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Shelley. Okay. Interesting, okay, so... Okay, and you can play all the individual sing-alongs. I think we heard most of these. Like, that was the Crow song. This was, you know, there's Digby's theme. Yeah, okay. Were there any games that we missed? Okay, we got Puzzles, Coloring Book, Connect the Dots, Shell Game. I don't think we saw that. Okay. Oh, is it 3-card Monty? Okay. It's 3-card Monty. Alright, let's, I assume you can move these? Huh, okay. Is that meant to be draggable? I mean, they're listed here as sprites that you can drag. Oh, sorry, they're listed here as individual sprites. And if we check the channels, 7 and 8. 7 and 8, yeah, they've got the movable flag on, so why are they not registering as something I can drag? Okay, it's not ideal, but maybe tied into similar to, like, you know, how we're having difficulty with the jigsaw. Object search. Okay, click on the object which matches this. Is there an end to this? I guess we never really found out what caused the fire, so... I mean, canonically in my head it's still Digby that somehow caused the fire. But... They certainly made out well with their new digs. Most people generally find that the insurance doesn't cover quite as much as they were hoping for. Oh my word, just finish already. Okay, I'm going back to the beginning. Yeah, that wasn't much of a game. I'm sorry. But I mean, hey, you got a lot of story. You got a lot of story and a lot of songs, which is like that was a long book. It was like how many pages? 60 pages. Admittedly, not all of them were particularly interactive, but 60 pages is a lot of pages. So I'll give them that. And I think that's about it for Shelley Duvall's It's a Bird's Life. I need to see if they've made any other games, because I know, because we tried out the Digby game that one time, we tried out this, and I'm sure they released at least one other director game. I just cannot for the life of me remember what it's called. So, what was the company that made this? Sanctuary Woods. Okay. And it just quits when you when you do that. Alright, well, okay, we learned a lot about deforestation and also how everything will be okay as long as you have a rich friend whose house you can stay at. Okay. So onto tonight's little project, which is going to be it's going to be Laurie Anderson's Puppet Motel. Which you can see here, a CD-ROM developed by the Voyager company, already kind of, you know, I want to say kind of, as far as publishers go, Voyager were the ones that would, was it Voyager? No, I'm thinking Inkscape. Voyager were the ones who were kind of like a little bit hit and miss. Like, they put out a lot of multimedia CD-ROMs and some were not very good. But apparently this one is remembered as being quite unique and interesting. Here we go. It was a non-mass market CD-ROM. That's a charitable way of saying it's niche as fuck. And along with Who Built America ? Had only middling financial success and could not prevent the company from a round of layoffs. Oh no. Oh, okay, and then there's a Wired article that talks about how Voyager basically bet maybe a little bit too much on non-mass market CD-ROMs. They were lauded as art objects, but only slightly boosted, deflating the company even more. November's shakeup forced the layoffs of 20, shrinking the staff from 100 to its present 45. Intellectual property has continued to suffer as various Voyager offshoots have siphoned off company talent in recent months. Interesting, okay. So this is, I guess, like a company that was like right in the throes of multimedia fever in mid-90s, mid-90s California. Oh, and there you go. Like, in the wake of the backup, Bill Becker's son, Peter, who directed Voyager's Criterion Collection, Laserdisc film and video projects, was named president. Okay, so I guess the Criterion Collection came out of Voyager, which is something that I didn't know. And the big question will be whether the Voyager name has become a liability. If not, we can segue that Laserdisc collection into a series of truly interactive CD-ROMs or DVDs. Oh yeah, because 1997, which is basically just as the DVD was starting to kick off. And it was, but as yet, it was unclear as to whether or not this DVD thing would really gain any traction with the public. It absolutely was. Oh, Mad Moose says it's called selective appeal. Yeah, you know what? That's probably a better way to brand it. Okay, so I think it's Directive 5. Was it Directive 4 maybe? Puppet Motel. Yeah, so there was an original one that was released in 1995, then they re-released it in 1998, because I think the original might have been Mac only. Though, hang on. Yeah, the original one was Mac only. Again, not something you want to do if you want to sell a lot of copies. Especially baffling considering its director. Like, why would you not release a Windows? Anyway. And then they re-released it later on for PC and Mac, which is Directive 5. And I think that'll be the one that we take a look at just by, I don't know, we'll see how that one goes. Worst case, we can go back to the Mac, to the original. Oh, that's right. Now, being one of these games, do exe. Oh no, Puppet is, okay, Puppet.exe is here. So let's just fire it up and see what happens. I think I've put the library stubs in already. So we should just see like a whole bunch of debug flags, xobject, lingo strict. So this will just filter it down to calls to the custom library that they use for playing back all the music. So it should hopefully cut down on the amount of log spams. So hit start anyway. There we go, Voyager, a division of LTI. Here we go. Okay, so we can see up here there is an X object for the sounds. And okay, it tried to play like a sound and that did nothing. But it feels like there's meant to be some kind of sprite here in the... Actually, there's a flashing light down here. Which then takes us to this screen, which is... Oh, here we go. Yep. And now we've got a lot of calls to this status method here. So presumably... Interesting. Okay, so there must be like several different modes to this. I'm guessing that this is basically like polling what position the music is currently at. Oh, and then we've got like a fade command here. Okay, so there's like a let's see if the... Okay, before I get too into the weeds, let's see if this is because these libraries generally have a little bit of documentation about what the function calls are for. They can leave it blank if they're being a bit if they're being sneaky. Oh, here we go. Okay. Voyager Company, Xsound external factory. So we've got create a new instance. Ah, right. All right. So this is... Okay, so it's opening the sound channel. So it's got its own audio mixer in there. And then... Okay, can like stop playback, exists. Okay, checks to see if a file exists. Checks to see if the specified channel is busy. Okay, that's what the second... what's it called? The argument here is. So it's checking to see if sound channel 1 is busy. And then this is saying play this file on sound channel 1. Yeah, makes all sense. Okay. And then we've got like commands here for like unloading the file, playing. Okay, and then just basic music playback stuff. Interesting that they would choose to do it this way, given that Director basically gives you all of these things. Oh, like here we go. Ooh, frequency transposes pitch by percent. That's fancy. You're not going to get that in Director. So perhaps they had their reasons. Also panning. Panning is another thing that I don't think you can do. But it is interesting. It's interesting AF. And yes, this I mean, like Puppet Motel, I'm pretty sure if we like go into Puppet, like this would... Okay, we've got like... Oh no, there's Xsound 32. I was going to say, like, I was pretty sure that this doesn't run in 32-bit Windows because... Oh, sorry, it doesn't run in, like, modern Windows because it relies on an object that's going to be 16-bit. But... Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah, okay. I think that it may... Yeah, it may be that because, like, we've got DLL glue.dll, which, if I recall correctly, is some kind of, like, thunking shim between the 16-bit library and this 32-bit DLL. It's coming back to me now. Maybe... Whatever. Yeah. Nevertheless, it is important... This is why it is important to preserve it in ScummVM, because you can't play it. You can't play it in Windows anymore. You gotta get like a Mac emulator, or you gotta get an ancient Windows emulator. Alright, so let's... I guess tonight's job is we're gonna just try prototyping as much of this audio library as possible, because nothing in here looks overly complicated, and it's mostly just... You know, we can hook it up to like stuff in ScummVM. what I will do is I will consult our existing sound code, because it's going to have a lot of what we need. Because yeah, like in here we have a system mixer. We then create... Oh yeah, then there's like this channels API, which then creates sound channels. Okay, let's go ahead and try that. So we know for like the new instance of the library, we would need to have an object which stores the state with all the stuff in it. Crap. No. Which I don't think we have defined yet. So I'll... Oh, no, actually we do. Okay, we've got like Voyager sound X object, which is the... Yeah, okay. That's the definition, I think. Yep, so we'll do this. We'll have I guess we'll just do a similar thing to what we have on sound.cpp. Which is going to be... oh, interesting. Okay, so sound channel is our own internal representation. But we could just use that. It does have a bunch of things that we wouldn't have to re-implement again, like fading. And there is a kind of Machiavellian appeal to doing it that way. So what else we got to do? We got to be able to like open files, play files, load files. Interesting. Okay, there is a recording API, which is not something that I think ScummVM has yet. I could be wrong. We've got like fade, left, right, volume, stuff like that. Yeah, okay. It must be running channels for its own mixer instance or something like that, because this would close. I mean, yeah, you can't close all the channels in Director, so we'd have to replicate it here. Okay, so we go into here. We'll say that this has got what was the... Okay, that's audio.mixer.h. Alright, and then in here, in this constructor, we would then and we'll just, it looks like there are 4 to begin with, but it doesn't matter. New sound channel. And then yeah, we can just grab that. Where did I define the mixer? Oh, it's here, okay. So, crap, into here. We would also need a destructor. So it creates one of these. I see. All right. So we've got open the number of the channel and then mono or stereo. So I suppose we don't actually need to create any to begin with. We can just pretend that it's empty, assuming this library plays by the rules. Basically be like arg check two except I mean open 3 2. Okay, so yeah, it does. So we go dash mono stereo. Also, it's some camel case, not snake case. And then we basically go channels numchan type expected unqualified ID. Oh, channel. Oh wait, no, I gotta get the object, don't I? I gotta get the object. I forgot about that. We gotta get the me object, which contains all the state and stuff in it. What's an example that I can steal from? Follow. Yeah, okay. And then it becomes me channel. Oh, Sev says, I was implementing all of that in Direct Sound XLib. Maybe you can copy paste that code. Okay. Does that also build on like the existing mixer code? Where did you say it was? Direct Sound. Okay, yeah, there's some similarity. What do we got here? We've got play, stop, size. I'd say the main difference though, this doesn't look like it's got the concept of a channel, whereas this is all about like keeping multiple channels in the air. So I don't know. Don't know the best way to kind of overlap that. Okay, is channel active? Sounds ID channel. Oh, I see. Okay, so it uses actually, what is sounds? Is sounds just a link to the mixer? Okay, no,
Sounds like you've come down with a serious case of jebeditis.
Right. Okay. All right, and then they have a channel here. But then, oh, okay, what consumes the damn channel? Oh, okay, but it's using the sound manager. Wait, does Director Sound use the same oh, I see, right, okay, so we're adding 1,000 to the list, to the channel ID so that there isn't a clash. I understand now. Okay, but it is basically just using the sound manager and it's not recreating it. Okay, that's probably a better approach than doing it this way. At least a less messy approach. So get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. I basically need to yeah, okay. We'll just do a similar thing then. Ah, crap! I gotta do it in the header, don't I? I gotta. Sorry. Okay, and then inside. how much info were we keeping here? We were keeping like the name of the file and then various flags like that. Actually, we don't even need that for now. We can just go. Oh, okay, we're just using okay, we're using an array. Anyway, we'll prototype it like this. There could probably be like, it's probably easier to just prototype it out and then worry about merging it later rather than getting, I don't know, complete recreation or merging between the two outputs. We're gonna do channel. Actually, no, we don't need to define channels at all. Channels can just be as it is. Opening does that. So then we just go me channels equals new Voyager channel. And then the structure when it makes it go for. Is that the... Yeah, there we go. Oh, and well, that can go into here. There we go. Okay, but then, yeah, alright, now we need to do like methods and stuff. Yep. All right. Okay, these go up here. Okay, buff size, don't care about that. That'll just be fine. The next one we need is status, which checks to see if the specified channel is busy. Okay, so we grab. And then, what were the arguments to this? It was, okay, just the channel number. And then, oh, and do these other ones. Oh, okay, no, open does return something. Okay, so we've got to int open, int close. They both, oh no, close does not return anything, so that's void. But open does, and status does. Let's do that for now. Okay. So we got the status code one here. Okay, and then we now need int status, int chan. Alright, and when we're creating the channel, we would also need to create a reference to. Yeah, okay, interesting. So this was DS New Sound. Right, I get it. So like this is about like creating IDs for each sound resource and then playing them back based on that ID after you've preloaded it in there. Whereas with this, I think it's basically just a case of like you have channels and then you say I want to play this file in this channel, which is pretty close to the Director API as far as I can tell. So let's go int equals let's do a similar trick. And then is there a sound manager per window? I guess there is. Yeah, okay, it's per window. How about that? All right. Well, why don't we assume that like the X sound object is going to be always attached to one window? That seems like a fair... Is that a fair assumption to make? Because, I mean... I don't freaking know. I don't know. It's got to be static-ish. Whatever. We'll, again, like, it's easy to change later, presumably. So say we do that, and then in here we go and add monostereo number channels. Fine. Huh, there's a UN8 argument for sound channel. Which makes me like, hang on a second. If that's UN8, how is this working? Like there's set channel volume, which is using that. Whereas like set channel, okay, that's using int. But then like all these other ones are using uint8. I think we gotta do the work and change them back. Because like what's the actual mapping? It's int. So yeah, alright. let's be consistent. Even if the original API expects a single digit number of sound channels. This is going to cause a bunch of compile errors, but that's fine. Oh, good lord, it's everywhere. Alright, that should put it off for a bit. Status. Now that's tricky because we don't really kind of know what status is meant to be. It just says determines if the specified channel is busy. And like, I guess we could basically just assume that, like, is it playing something? Which would then be... Okay, and then status would return, sorry, g link go push. Okay, and then we've got path, which I guess is meant to be sets the path used when opening sound files. Okay, so there's another little piece of state. So we can add that to actually when we ran Papa Motel, did path get called? Doesn't look like it did. It looks like it just called oh yeah, it opened that sound channel. Oh, it set buff size, so we just got to make that. I mean, that's already a no-op, but that's fine. Then it started playing this file, so it's okay. So it's expecting like a an absolute path. So let's go add that in. And we just how many arguments was it? It was 2, channel and name. 2. And that would be and then that, did that return, did play file return a, ooh, V for Varags, I think. Yeah, right, okay, so it can have like between, you can have between 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's not actually argnum check 2. So it's basically like nugs less than 2 warning this and what were the other potential two? It was like T start and T end. Oh, it'd be like oh great, no, because it's backwards, we have to do it the other way. No. Okay, alright. There you go. Greater than 4. Four. So that's basically T end. Start equals G window. Pop. Okay, and then finally we go into here and go int play file. Chan. Okay, and then more boilerplate. But I think that once we get this one in, we should at the very least be able to like run it and start seeing stuff play. It won't be very nice, but we'll be able to see it at least. Okay, int play file. Int this freaking, oh my god, really? Gonna be like that? Okay, so we go common path. Find audio path. We'll just use find path to begin with. Okay. Path, vol. We'll just do that. And then so we've got play file. Oh, okay. We can just pass path to that, and then we just go channel ID. Don't need to find it at all. And we'll worry about tstart and tn later. But for now, does that build? I made a bunch of changes. Does that build slightly quicker? Okay, and then the puppet motel, we'll just move over here. Interesting. No audio. Oh, there we go. Two volume commands, but they shouldn't really be attached to anything. What went wrong there? Okay, maybe I should add it back in the print stuff with Argalisk. Where did... Oh, it's here. Okay. Okay, so to start with, it doesn't look like there's meant to be a sound channel. Oh, sorry, like it doesn't meant to be any audio that's playing, just opening a sound channel. The colors kind of look off as well, because I can see, like, there's a very faint text that says sign in. Oh, and here we go. And oh, right, and I didn't return a value with close. I should probably do that. So I don't know. Why don't I just quickly open it in an emulator and then we can see how it's supposed to look. Or at least how it's supposed to react. Okay, it's got a 16-bit version, so I should be able to open it in DOSBox. What was the name of the ISO? It was, oh god, it's a really complicated one too. Okay. Puppet Motel, brackets 1998, brackets Voyager Company, PC, Mac, ISO. Setup requires a different version of Windows. Don't give me that. Can you run it off the CD? No. Okay. Apparently Windows. This version of Windows isn't going to cut it. That's okay. We can upgrade. Let's see if Windows 7 is old enough to play a game from 1998. Come on, emulator. Why are you so slow? Come on. Okay, we got there in the end. Maybe the VM is just bogging down in that way that Windows is wont to do. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Alright, Maybe this is too new. So I've got to do Plan C. I haven't tested Plan C for a while, but let's go to 90s World. Hey, a non-fatal problem. Great. Oh, because there's no... because that was when I was trying to debug Robot City. Storage. Choose disk. Director 4. Pupit Motel. Yeah, I need to use this VM more often. It's got the coolest background of all of them. Oh, good. Stop. Go away. Please just install. Please just install. Next. Okay, fine. Sure. Interesting. Okay, so I'm guessing the Voyager X object must use DirectX, because Director sure as hell doesn't. At least not this early version. Oh, this installation process has altered my computer's Windows.ini file. Isn't that nice? Voyager Puppet lists the changes made. Okay, oh my word, like, could not find QuickTime for Windows. Yes, I do want to install QuickTime. Okay, got the sample. Okay, out of here. Interesting. Okay. Okay, this computer's got DirectX 5. We do not need all of that. Oh crap. Okay, I deleted all the shortcuts. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Puppet Motel. WinG is not a valid... Okay. World Cup Fever puppet.exe bad image. Okay. Oh, whatever. It's fine. Oh, great. Yeah, it's, I'm guessing the weird thunk thing it did with the DLL doesn't work in Windows XP. God damn it. Alright. That could be a problem. Because... Okay, well, there's... Okay. Alright. What if I were to run it in some kind of compatibility mode? Windows 95. Surely then you'd be forced to thunk the DLLs properly. Or not. Oh god, alright. But yeah, case in point, does not seem to be running very well on XP, which is unfortunate. We'll try restarting just in case. But maybe I need to install Windows 98 to a VM. All right. Did that magically fix anything? I'm gonna go with no. No. All right. So it fixed the issue with WinG. It did not fix the issue with Xsound because it's using some weird DLL glue. Okay. Well, we're well past the halfway point. I'm gonna take a quick break, but when we get back, I think we're going to install Windows 98 just so that we have some means of like comparing and testing so we can see what's going wrong. Because yeah, like I don't think we're going to get very far if we have to guess what the correct behavior is meant to be. But yeah, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Yes, 10 minutes. Yes. Back in a bit. Soon. found a copy. Found this copy of Windows 98. Oh my word. Like, just looking at it, I just looked at it through the window light. It's like, this is almost transparent. Like, this is... The dye on this is, like, barely there, actually. It's kind of... I wonder if that's just a sign that maybe the discs are on the way out. Because I could have sworn that, like, either the discs are on the way out or the reflective layer on the business side of the CD is just not very good. I think I got these recently from a shop, so they are probably like on the cheaper side of the equation. Anyway, all right, let's shut down Windows XP. What am I going to call this VM? I've already called the Windows XP one 90s world, even though that was technically, you know, early 2000s world. That's okay. There we go. Accuracy. Okay, and then we're going to create a new virtual machine. Call this one 90s world. It's not going to be running Linux, it's going to be running Microsoft Windows 98. Do they have the option of... Yeah, it's 98, okay. Actually, maybe... Do I have this in my... downloads? Okay, I've got the upgrade in my downloads. Whatever. Okay, I don't know if I've got I can just... Okay, what if I just rip the CD? Downloads... Oop. Did that just work? Oh wait, no, okay. I ripped the wrong I ripped the wrong drive. That'd be why. Yes, yes. Okay, the real one is SR0. That'd be why. Okay, well hopefully that'll copy nicely and not error out. Oh my word, this this may actually be slower than just downloading it off the internet, which is quite funny. Alright, well. Leave this going in the background. In the meantime, what other features we got? We could like speculatively... Actually, yeah, not even leaving the features aside, like the features for that aside, like why don't we see the PowerPoint? Because when I was looking, when we could see past the error message in Windows XP, there was a little PowerPoint animation at the back, and we don't seem to get that. Okay, so we got the Voyager logo. Huh. Then it immediately kicks us into... That's new. So it's trying to get an external script. Then it tried... Okay. If I could hit cancel. Alright, well the rendering for this seems off. What's in channel 1? Channel 1, okay, channel 1 is meant to be a bitmap. Just member 1 of cast 1. Cast 1. Okay, that's using 8-bit bitmaps. Ooh, 8-bit bitmaps with a palette 11. And here we're using palette 16. So maybe there's a mismatch. Maybe there's some kind of mismatch going on there. So cast 11, cast 16. Yeah, alright. Already it's starting to looking a bit dodge. So we have this saying dutifully here saying, oh, you should use palette member 11, whereas it appears, I mean, are there other palettes other than the one in 16? I assume it's the one that's in 16, but it's just been moved. And then the cast library wasn't updated. Yeah, okay, it's just, there's one palette in 16, which is... Which seems about right. Seems like I should have picked this color scheme. Okay, and then you got channel 3, which is number 28. Yeah, like something is up. I'm just at a loss as to what it is. Okay, and we've got like an idle animation here to blink the sign. Okay, well, so okay, is it trying to create like a dithered version? Like that can sometimes be the case. Alright, let's turn on debug images and see if we get anything. Alright, what do we got here? We've got this, which is, okay, it's loading these bitmaps. Then it comes to this one, which has a custom clut. Interesting. Okay, so it creates a matte, and there's no white color for the matte image. My recollection is that if it has an invalid palette index, it just doesn't bother trying to redither it because there's nothing to redither it to. It just assumes that it's the same same color mixture as the existing palette. And it's like channel 1 meant to be because like it looked like the PowerPoint was animating. Was there a film loop somewhere in here? Okay, and this isn't start.dxr. Well, we can rip that. Oh, and the Windows 98 is finished copying, so we can start doing this. Oh, and disk. How much we need? Yeah, 2 gig should be. Okay, 4 gig. That should be plenty. Okay, the virtual machine failed to boot. This might be caused by missing operating system or misconfigured boot order. And retry boot. Huh, okay, gonna be like that, huh? Floppy drives? I should have a DOS floppy in there somewhere. Ooh, this might be difficult. Okay, where could I put it? Did I put it in Acorn with all the Acorn stuff? No, that's crazy. How about Apple II? Did I put it in there? No. Again. Mess. Yeah, okay, it's in mess. Yep, let's boot from that. Choose reset. Oh, right, because I need to create a partition. Okay, format C, Z, A, format C. Oh man, oh wait, okay. Alright, tools, Old MS-DOS. Tools, sysrec. No. No setup. Cannot create a temporary directory if you have HPFS or NTFS installed on your hard drive. Okay. Alright, any DOS heads in the chat know what the secret is? Like, do you need, like, do I need to run a separate partitioning utility in order to get, to get a fat partition set up, or is there a way of doing it from DOS? What am I saying? Why am I even thinking about it like this? There's an even easier way, and that is we just use Linux, because Linux has already solved this problem for us. Assuming that I can find Linux. Okay, machine shut down. Machine, get out of here. Storage. CD. Change this to cinnamon. Oh, god damn it. Floppy drives. Remove disk. Okay, we'll wait for that to... Don't automatic boot in 10 seconds, just boot now. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, is it... okay. Is it because I've got it set to... Alright, settings. This has been a fun reminder of, like, how joyless emulation can sometimes be. Version, type, Linux, version, Oracle Linux. Great. We love Oracle Linux. Oh, it's because it's a 64-bit version. Okay, that's on me. I'm not asking for much. I just want to boot Linux. I foolishly thought this would be like easier than DOS. All right. Well, maybe. Okay, so we've got that. Chipset, processor, acceleration. What if I enable EFI? Will that solve my problems? No, it won't. No, it won't. It will just create more problems. Alright, do I have any other Linux image just handy? Doesn't have to be like crappy version of Ubuntu. Do we still have one of those? Add Using if anything goes. I've got mem test. We've got Encarta. Actually, okay, do I have like... Really? Okay, I don't have any... I've got Derek's boot and nuke. Derek's boot and nuke. Might that do the job? Okay. Out of memory? Oh god, alright. It's... Oh, okay, I see. I understand now. I understand now why that Cinnamon didn't boot. Because it was set to like a Windows 98 level memory. Amount of memory. Okay, mystery solved, hopefully. Yeah, oh, look at that, 64 megabyte of memory. No. Here, have 4 gig. Have 4 gigabytes. Now we don't need DBAN, we can switch back to Mint. Yeah, what a shock. What a shock that it didn't boot with only 64 megs. Alright, anyway. Alright, there's an interesting blob of text here, which appears to be something, some kind of navigation. That'll be interesting to see how that's used. We have, yeah, we just got a bunch of bitmaps. We don't have any film loops. We do have this, okay, and then like this one is just smack in the middle of the screen. And oh, here we go. Disks. Okay, we've got a hard disk. Gonna format this. Actually, we're gonna format partition. Create partition image. No, that saves it. I want to format the disk. Okay, we want MBR. Don't overwrite. Format. Create. Partition. Fat. Okay, that's done. So we can get rid of that. We can kill this. Go back into here. Oh no! Don't turn it on. Get out of here. Now we put the Windows 98 CD back in the drive. Windows 98. We then put the DOS floppy disk back in that part of the drive. And we changed the memory back down to something that Windows 98 can deal with. Let's say 128 megabytes. No, 256 megabytes. Why not? Let's be generous. Okay, and this is now Windows. This is now Windows 98. Should have C drive? What? Invalid drive specific. Come on. Come on. D, C, B, A. Oh, wait, okay. Power off. There's one other thing that I've just remembered. Storage. Okay, that's on an IDE controller. And it's on primary device 0. I mean, it should recognize it, I would have thought. How about PIAX3? What does that even mean? Okay. Alright, so the original PIX was from 95. PIAX3 is... Okay, that's... Alright, PIX3 might help. If not, I might have to like get FreeDOS or something. Freaking hell, okay. It's gonna whinge the same thing. Alright. I'll try getting FreeDOS, but if that doesn't work, then we have troubles. Download FreeDOS. For older hardware. Oh, here we go. Classic hardware. That's exactly what we want. Oh my god, alright. Extract this to mess. Quit. And then choose reset. If you choose to install something, you may override the operating system you now have. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Do you want to proceed? Okay, whatever. We'll just we'll install we'll install DOS. At least it'll give us the file system, hopefully. Choose a disk file. Choose a disk. Open. Wait, what? It said diskette containing file FreeDOS 048. Yeah, I do want to reboot now. Let me just remove the disk. Interesting, okay. It'll be a shame to kind of wreck this, but I kind of need... I need Windows 98. Requires a computer with at least 16 megs of come on. Capture. How many megs of memory do you think I have? Whatever. Cancel. Oh, okay. What is going on? Power off the machine. All right. We're going to, now that we've formatted the disk in a way that hopefully DOS understands, we are going to go back to the stock DOS boot disk image and then try and install Windows 98. The universe is trying to tell me something. It's trying to say, don't... Oh my god, alright. Do I want to throw good time after bad at this point? I kind of do. Like, what did I do wrong? Like, why does this boot disk refuse to acknowledge? Is it because it's too big? Is it because it's 4 gig and that's like not something that exists in DOS 6.22 terms? It could be that actually. That's annoying. That's really annoying. All right. Final try. I'm going to go... Okay. Power off the machine. I'm going to change the memory down to like not 256. We're going to make it 64 or no, 32. 32 is like a reasonable figure. I'm also going to take the floppy disk out of the drive so it boots off FreeDOS. Remove disk from virtual drive. Then we'll see if the setup program works. I don't have high hopes, but setup. The Winins the DOS is corrected is damaged and currently unusable. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Don't fix it. Ooh, not great. Not ideal. Setup. Whatever, just skip undo. Fix it. Fix it. Don't fix it. God, alright. Okay, and then it craps out because of that. Well, whatever. Okay, setup. Fix it. Skip undo. Just keep on fixing. Continue. Alright, well, that pretty much puts the nail in the coffin of getting Windows 98 to work without, well, at least from scratch. I probably could find a VM, but... oh my word, alright. It's gonna be one of those days, is it? Yeah, something, okay. I'm worried by the fact that there are meant to be all of these images and none of them are showing up on the screen. That isn't... Let's see if we can at least... Let's take a break on the sound problem and just focus on that for a short interval. Okay, and then... So like cast 294. Cast 294. Cast 20. Okay, and it's got like palette palette member 21, which is a real palette, and is also the palette for the room. So double the reasons why we should be able to see everything. Okay. Alright, well the Voyager logo is fine, as we can see here. Alright, so it starts with trying to load cast member 28. Okay, then it's trying to load in this bitmap. Okay, and then we get to the nitty-gritty where it's actually loading in the image. Yeah, okay. Alright, and then we go. Unpacked 66,501 bytes, which should then be contains that surface. What we got? We've got copy and paste, draw a line, detect, debug print. Okay, and then we've got this method with like a billion arguments that I can never remember the order of. And if I get one wrong, then it crashes because one of them is meant to be a pointer. Oh, okay, it's the final one that's a pointer. That's fine. Okay, here we go. So we want 0, okay. 0, 0, 0, 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. Then -1. Then 160, then null. Zero. Oh yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. -1, 160, null. Graphics, surface, debug print. I could just inject this in the code. In fact, I might if this doesn't work, because life is too short. I'm going to inject this in the code. Yeah. This is, yeah. This has certainly been a day of like, well, you know, it's actually, no, it's been a week. It's been a week of tools not kind of working as they should. Alright, where the hell do I put it? Do I put in create bitmap? It is modified, no. Where are we? We're in 689, okay. Good. Okay. Actually, what am I doing? Even in... We'll just do it like that. So I get the feeling that like the images are loading in properly because there's no reason to expect that they're not, but this just rules it out, I suppose. Really? Okay. So it's not. Oh, do I? Sorry, debug level 5. Yeah, alright, so it's printed to the main debug channel. And I'm on level 5. What do you want come on, what do you want from me? Why isn't this working? Okay, it didn't break at all. Is it because I didn't rebuild it? Is that why? No, I did. Oh, okay. I did it in the wrong decoder. That'll be why. Okay, well, that should sort it out. Okay, so very first image that it loads, which is the Voyager logo, we get this. Okay, then we get this, which at least... Oh, here we go. That looks more like it. Alright, then we get this bitmap here, which is unmistakably a sign with Puppet Motel on it. Then we get a mouse cursor. Another mouse cursor. This guy should be visible, but it is not. But we have, but you know, like there's definitely different colors going on there. So, cast ID. And yeah, it is cast ID number 1. So B create widget if cast ID equals 1. Wait, del 2. Okay, there we go. Now it's trying to create a widget with this. Yeah, it's all 8-bit. Should be the first time rendering it, so it shouldn't be previously dithered. There is no dithered image. Okay, so it's trying to get a dithered image. But the palette we know is I'm guessing the palette is wrong. So we'll see how this looks. Okay, got a palette. Then we have this clut here. And we basically go, if it is... So I think what we have to do is we need to kind of refine this to actually check to see if there is a palette. But we'll see. Because it looks like it's just plowing on ahead as if there is. Alright, where was this code? This code was in 236. Ah, it's in the... Yeah, okay. Get to the image. Right. Yeah, this thing here. Okay. It is possible for director to have a saved and invalid ID in CLUT. If this is the case, do no dithering. Okay, but that doesn't actually do a null check. Did this get changed later on? I wonder. So that it's no longer in sync with the comments there. Claim bitmap.cdp. No, I wrote it all at the same time. Yeah, okay. But that's not correct, is it? We would have to... Okay, do we... Alright, I think we need to... I guess use get palette. I think get palette is the one that kind of checks both the cast and the... Yeah, alright, so we've got this, we've got loaded palettes, and okay, and it returns a null point if we don't have that. Okay, so we go... like that. Don't know how I missed that before. Like, clearly in the comment, I knew that's what had to happen, so I don't know why I only half-assed it like that. Still nothing. Okay, Alright, so palette member 11 not found. Which is what we expect. So in that case, create widget. Okay. Okay, then we go to get dither image. It's gonna fail the... Yep. So it's replacing the cast palette ID with the current palette ID, which is what we want. And it checks to see if it's color cycling. Okay, it's returning a null. Is that good? Okay, I guess if... Oh yeah, okay, then it just uses the raw surface pointer if it doesn't have a dither image. Okay, that's good. Yep, bounding box makes sense. Surface is defined. Okay, then it just does copy stretch image. Oh, and where does it get palette from? Oh, okay. It gets the palette from the window manager. That's dangerous. Okay, well, I've got a palette from somewhere. Hmm. Tell me more about where you got this. Because it's set to... Yeah, okay. Okay, it's set as part of the constructor. Okay. I see, right, and then that's based on whatever the current palette is. Ooh, okay. like, look, we've got more images of the PowerPoint. They're just not... it's not showing up. Past 16. Alright, what is this palette anyway? It looks very kind of grayscale-y. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's like got a grey section and then various shades of purple and red. Hey Gregor Smith, how's it going? We're having a slightly difficult time. We're trying to get this this weird art game by Laurie Anderson working, and the best we can seem to do is just get it like I mean, like, the screen seems to be there, it's just that the palette is not correct. And I burnt like an hour trying to get Windows 98 set up so that we could try and like at least see how it's meant to look, but that turned out to be not that fruitful because Windows 98 is surprisingly hard to install. Okay, so we've got... Alright, well... The main thing though is that, look, like, we have so many colors in here. I refuse to believe that the PowerPoint image... Like, we know that there's meant to be like a picture of like an electrical socket here in the middle, and it's not showing up for whatever reason. It says, is there not a publicly available screenshot of how it's supposed to look? That's a good point. Could check out. Okay, Mobby Games has nothing. Thanks, Mobby. Hang on. One of these, some blog has got pictures of it. Okay. I guess not. Anyway, like from earlier, we could see that basically like the game would load, but the external... This game uses an external library to do all the sound, because this is like a very sound-heavy game, and therefore they wrote their own kind of custom sound plugin. The downside, though, is that means it does not run even on Windows XP. You need to run it on... Oh, it doesn't run on Windows 3.1, and it does not run on Windows XP, therefore you need to run it on Windows 98. And, like, that's kind of why we're here. We're trying to rewrite that particular code. But in order to get anywhere, we actually need to be able to see the screen. So what I just don't understand though is like it's drawing something to the screen and it's got all of these colors to do it in. How are we not seeing any of this? It's not making much in the way of sense. So how about... Okay, well we tested... Okay, so we can see that the image buffer is fine. So maybe it's the widget. Maybe the widget is kind of like, oh, look at this. Look, it's got like a big, it uses a whole ton of colors and we're not seeing any of them. Okay. Just, yeah. Really want to fight for wins today. Debug print. Where did I put it? I put it in here, didn't I? Create widget. Alright, so we've copied the thing into here. Widget get surface. So now we can see the what's it called? The contents of the widget. Yeah, to put things in perspective, we have the cast copy of the image, which is just the raw bitmap, and then we have the widget copy of the image, which is it's basically that image converted to like the format that we need to display on the screen. So potentially, like, if that copy screwed up and the widget copy is blank, then we wouldn't see anything. But I can't imagine how. Okay, and then we just gotta put a little breakpoint here and let's see. Because yeah, like, this looks fine. Nothing wrong with that. Then we get to this screen, and it's not good. Okay, and like the widget copy also looks fine. So maybe, okay. So if the widget copy looks fine, is it that we're just rendering it to the screen with a weird ink type? Could that be part of the problem? Like what ink type we got? We got ink type 0, which I think is just blit to the screen with no frills whatsoever. Oh god. Okay, let's go even deeper. I think window contains the rendering code. Yeah, okay. And then we just go. Okay, so it's trying to render the PowerPoint to the screen. Okay, it's no clipping issues. Okay, the target surface. Okay, is there a mask on this channel? Because because it could be that if there is a mask, and the mask is like of nothing, then maybe that could be contributing to the issue. Okay, it does need a matte. It's then checking. Okay, then we get the matte. There's currently no matte, so it tries to create one. Okay. I see, right. Okay, so it's creating a matte by copying the existing image, or making a new surface, copying the existing image into it, and then here we go. All white pixels not enclosed by colored pixels are transparent. So I'm guessing that this particular operation doesn't go particularly well. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, minus 1, 160, 0. Temp. Because I need to cast this a pointer. But I don't know. Okay, but then this is back in bitmap, so I should probably do a cheeky print. Okay, that's getting the dither image, don't care about that. Searching for white color in the corners. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, this... Maybe this is part of it. Copy stretch image, no matte. What exactly do I want to do? We have to shoot. Okay, let's assume that the initial copy. Okay. Right. This initial copy probably works fine, which would then mean that temp would contain stuff. It's just afterwards we have issues. Creating. God, my brain is leaking out my ears already. I haven't even done anything that strenuous, just exhausted. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna try and create a mat for this PowerPoint image. And how did that go? Okay, it didn't go because there was no white color for the matte image. And when that okay. I think this might be the key here. No white color for matte image. Like, maybe what's happening, right, is that it's being told to create a matte, it's not detecting white, and then it is just kind of crapping out early, which would explain why there's no debug print. In which case, maybe, yeah, because we've got like color found and then all this. So, yeah, and then where is this? Okay, and then there's all the stuff about like get mask and get matte and all that. Does that mean that if it can't get a matte at all, it just doesn't show the image? As opposed to just showing the whole thing. Like, that could be a problem. Okay, so it's getting the mask. Oh crap, I think I went too quick. That's in Window 32. Wait, what happened here? Okay, so it was getting, like, get mask, then back to Windows CPU 351. Please, okay, 351. Okay, then we get to here. Yeah, okay, so it should just be checking to see if mask exists, and then if masks doesn't exist, then it won't do this second calc. Let's start again. Ryu Ishinaka says, this level of debugging is beyond even what AI-assisted junior devs can do. You're awesome. Well, that's kind of you to say. So we have create. Okay. Okay, so matters nothing. Then it returns a null pointer. Then we should be able to step into here. Yep, mask is... Okay, well it's writing stuff. It's drawing to the target surface. Which is annoying. I kind of wish it wasn't. That would have made my job so much easier. Alright. Put another print statement in then. What is the... It's like dest... Oh, it's just DST. Okay, fine. DST... Surface pointer... Debug print 5. So we've got the Voyager screen. Then we get this. Okay, it's there. It's freaking there. It's there on the screen. You can see the logo's here. See the PowerPoint is here. It's just something isn't right with the palette. Palette's cooked. Alright, well if the palette's cooked, member 16 of castlib 1, first color 25. Okay, well there's some, you know, that looks fine. Current ID member 16 of castlib 1. Default ID member -1 of castlib 1. That could be relevant. Though when we were checking everything, it was definitely 16. Yeah, alright, so yeah, default palette is -1 of -1, which is the default Mac palette, and then... Great. Thank you, Angela Dresden and Sen Chen Huang, for creating such a puzzle. Okay. continue on. Hopefully it'll... Okay. Well, just decided to restart. But whatever. We can make do. Because I'm pretty sure, like, if we get the palette from, like, whatever the current palette is, it's gonna be 16, surely. Yeah, it's I'm pretty sure that's it. Get base pointer 0, 0. Alright, so what values are in here? So we got 255. $49, 17, 31. Like these are all numbers. These are all numbers that are not. And like if we look at the palette, like 31, that's about here. That's here in the brown section. So I don't understand why it's not showing up. Unless, okay, maybe we got to kind of double check that the palette is being set. We can do that, okay. Because like maybe the Voyager logo screen has one palette and we're not changing away from it, which is causing drama. Okay, del 2 BG okay, so we're trying to set to the default one, don't care about that. Okay, now we're trying to open the movie. And we're setting to cast member 5. That's interesting. Okay, so Puppet.exe has a palette in it. Which is news to me. And that palette, okay, it's got some colors. Okay, then we immediately crash into here, which is doing some kind of palette cycling thing. Okay, then it tries to load the stock palette. Okay, then it's loading like a pallet cycle. Huh. Alright. Oh, okay, no, it's setting it to the contents of okay, then it's setting it to member 16. Here's a thought. So what if palette 16 was already set by the exe and it was something different? It's probably not, but it's probably not. It's probably correct. What we got? FFF, FE, 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 DE, DE, DE. Wait, that's slightly different, is it? FF, 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 FE, FE, FE. FE, FE, FE. FD. Okay. EF, 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 EF. Then D, 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 D. Then C6, C6, C6. Like, this looks slightly different. Like, what's the freaking Z with a slash through it? What's that all about? All right. Oop, wrong spot. All right, where's the code that loads new palettes in? And it's like set palette, set palette, set palette. Okay, and then what mods loaded palettes? This guy. Oh, add palette, of course. All right, B add palette. All right, start anyway. Okay. So the EXE tries to load this palette, which contains a distinctive color. Hang on. So, like... Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, okay. It's just the stupid... Okay, must be some kind of, like, attempting to be helpful with the C string, because, yeah, it is a repeated number, but that's fine. Okay. Would you look at that? Okay, we're in start.dxr now. Okay. So this should be correct. And at least from that sample, it looks fine. Length 256. Interesting. Why is it trying to load... Why is it trying to load it again? It should already be there. Oh, and it switched... It switched to movie? This could be... Okay, this could be a big one. So... We're switching to movie star.dxr. Or like puppet / start.dxr. Okay, and then we're switching to start.dxr again? That's kind of unusual, but okay. So I guess it follows that the palette would be the same. Right, and then we're kind of back here, aren't we? I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Well, I've had absolutely zero luck. We've got 30 minutes left. I'm going to try installing Windows 98 into here. Because, yeah. Yeah, okay, install meter is not bootable. Thank you. Okay. No. No, this way madness lies. I'm not going to do that. Oh my god. What am I missing? What am I missing about all of this? The graphic is there. I can see it in the... I can see it when it blitzes to the screen. It's just... very very dark. And that's the only palette that there is. Alright, what if I just force the palette to be like the wrong one? What if we just add in like a nasty hack to like force anything to show on the screen? Okay, so the palette is stored in here. Let's set last palette. Okay. I think that'll work. It'll definitely look a lot uglier. Great. Come on. Please look ugly. It's not even gonna... Okay. Can't even do that for me. Alright, well... Having a terrible time tonight. Not gonna sugarcoat it. Okay, well that did freaking nothing. Oh, Mr. W1 says, this stream reminds me of the Jewels of the Oracle attempt stream a while back. Thanks for persevering. Yeah, that was a fun time. They say through gritted teeth. Sorry for sighing so much. It is literally just kind of a night of my soul leaving my body every time I try something, so I am sighing more than usual. Come on, please. Please at least just show like an awful glitch. There we go. Okay. So I am feeling more than a little vindicated now, because where is the PowerPoint? The PowerPoint must be yeah, like you can't have your cake and eat it too. Like you can't. How can these debug prints say that it's being drawn on the screen, and yet even with clown mode turned on, we see nothing. Oh, is it even there? I don't even know why it's not drawing the other one. Where did I put in those shims? I put in a shim after creating the widget. I put in a shim after creating the mat. I put in a shim after blitting the surface, which no longer seems to be. Or maybe just did it once at the beginning, and then it failed the dirty rectangle test. Could be that. $758. Okay, graphics at CVP. It's just not getting there at all. Why is it not getting there at all? Oh, because it's off by a little bit. That's fair. All right. What? So it's... is it just... I forgot about the fast path. Okay. So I guess it makes sense that we wouldn't see this down here necessarily, because we could be using the fast path, in which case it quits early. Okay, let's pop that in here. Pop that down here. Okay, here we go. Main screen. I remember seeing, like, I remember. Okay, Voyager. Then we've got, like, the first rendered frame. Nothing. Sweet FA. But earlier, there was something here. It was very faint, but there was something there. And we don't have that anymore. And yeah, there's... okay, that one's got no... Okay, that one... Alright, admittedly there is nothing in channel 1, which would be an excuse as to why there'd be, you know, you could see nothing. But... There should be something there now. Because it's got member 1 of Castlib 1. Oh, good lord. Graphics, let's see, okay. Okay, now... Alright, now it shows something up. I'm not sure what. And this is an 18 by 30 transparent surface. Okay, it's just animating a little thing down the corner now. Channel 3. Nothing seems to be happening for channel 1. I guess like you get one shot at you get one shot at rendering it and then it doesn't really work. Okay, got the Voyager logo. Right. So, it draws the Puppet Motel logo. Just good. Okay, then we get to here. And it just... Okay, and it doesn't get... Oh, because I only did a breakpoint in the one spot, so... I had another one. Good lord. That was 726, 763. Yep, okay. That makes sense. Alright, now we're trying to do the debug print of that. And that's not gonna work. Yeah, alright. So at this stage, it's already screwed up. So somewhere in here, this must not have worked. So p mask is nothing. So if not mask, yes. And we didn't fail a bounce check. And then we've got 1 byte per pixel. Pre-process color. Oh well, inklet surface. Luckily for us, it's like literally the third sprite is broken, so we don't have to like tab through a whole ton of these. We can very easily reach it using the debugger. But I mean, this blit must not be. Well, it's not even a blit. It's a draw. This draw operation must be doing something incorrect. Okay. Okay. There we go. So now. So, haven't failed the bounce check. We don't have any kind of weird stuff. Okay, then... And we don't have a mask, which is fine. Okay, yep. Okay, and then we're receiving the color 255. It's got an alpha channel. It's got a fucking alpha channel. Okay. Alright. I see how it is. Oh. Okay. So, these sprites have the alpha value specified, but they are... I don't think they have the right ink type for this. So, I mean, it could be that maybe... So one option could be that like maybe there's a script which is trying to change the alpha value and that's like to fade them in and that's not working as expected. Or it could be that the ink is just bad. But that explains why it's black. That explains why it just is indistinguishable from the background, because it has got the alpha value turned all the way down. You son of a... Okay, right. I'm not tilted. I'm not tilted. But at least we know now. Okay. Okay, so stop all this. Let's unwind some of the more crazy changes that we've done. And I guess we'll run... Now what I'll do... Puppet... Start... What do we got in here? I don't see anything here that manipulates the alpha channel, which makes me think that we should just that our way of what's it called? We should just be ignoring that if we're using just the ink blip mode as opposed to the alpha channel blip mode. Oh, sorry, the copy type ink instead of the alpha type ink. Yeah, right. So ink is 0, which is the default type. And if my eyes were paying attention, we'd see blend amount is set to F7, which is not, well, it shouldn't mean anything. Okay. CD development engines. I don't know why it would be all okay, like we have Alright, I want to very quickly check to see what Director 5 does. Import. Windows. Argyle. Okay. And then we go modify and we go, how do we, where is the alpha channel thing? Modify sprites. Oh no, that's the proportions. Yeah, because we've got matte, background transparent, transparent, reverse, ghost, not copy, not mask, blend. Like I would have thought that, yeah, it's blend. You have to have the blending type or else it doesn't work. Media element, bitmap, no. Tweak? No. How do I blend? Well, blend percentages of sprites. Oh, okay. No, it's in sprite properties. My eyes just defocused and I was not paying attention. So if we go 45%, okay, then it's like that. But if I change it to the copy ink type, huh, interesting. Okay, so let's say 30%. %? Okay. And then save and compact. So 20% transparency, that should make out to about Yeah, what have we got? We've got okay, channel 1, blend amount CC, which is very faint. Okay. And ink data is ink type is 0. So I guess this is accurate for some insane reason. Alright, well then... Actually, okay. Final thing, and then I think we'll wrap the stream up because I gotta quit while I'm behind. What if we copy director for Puppet Motel? What if we copy this start.dir into the real director editor? What does it think about all of this? Is it going to be don't worry about it. Ignore. Please ignore. Oh, and it crashed. Beautiful. What was the other? Okay, what was the other? Cast. No, that was in here. Cast. The other one I wanted was name. Code.txt, great. That'll do. And back in here. ISO puppet code.txt. Maybe that'll be enough to make it not die. But, you know, it's probably, it probably won't be. It probably will still have a ton of problems. Start.dir. Yeah. Great. I guess the only... Okay. Let's see if I can get like a bad luck hat trick and that Windows 95 director also doesn't work. If that happens, I'll shut down the stream and never stream again. That seems only fair. Okay, okay, let's move does 5. Win16, Barbie, code.cst to public. Yeah, okay. State modified. Well, this is it. This is for all the straws. If I can find this. I've been using Director for over 90 days, and Macromedia would love to learn about my impressions of the product. I can wait. Star.dir. Well, that's the end of the stream. Thanks for sticking around, even though it's been just kind of like not a lot of success. Well, actually, no. You know what? We found out one. We found out why the graphics weren't displaying. It's now just a question of why in God's name it's doing that. It could. I mean, on the surface, it didn't look like there was any code that was responsible for messing with the blend amount, but it could very well be that maybe we're reading the score wrong. Because if the score information has, I don't know, the wrong values for whatever reason, then that could be bad. Oh yeah, I didn't end up checking, because there was a big bunch of... Okay, there's all this. Okay, no, I hallucinated. It's not there. But I'm gonna end the stream now because I've had enough. Simply had enough. Is there anybody online? Yeah, okay, text files is online. We'll go raid text files. Okay, well, I'll be back on Monday doing Adventure Games dev stuff. Until then, have a good rest of your day. I'll see you next time. Bye.
Zip.